Got it.
He's got it? He's going live?
Anybody in here? Okay.
Chris, are you live?
No, he's memorized.
Okay. We're gonna call the meeting to order. Members present, Burrios. Castaneda.
Aye.
Edmonston. Yes. And Garcia. And Dew, yes, we're here. Community comments.
There are no community comments on closed
And
session.
now we're going to, can we get a motion to go into?
So moved.
Second.
And then vote, Burrios.
Aye.
Castaneda.
Aye.
Edmonston.
Yes?
Garcia, and Dew votes yes. All right, so we're going into closed session.
Caleb, should I take this?
We're going into closed session.
I think that'll be for open session.
Okay.
So make sure the mics are off and everything.
There are no mics back there.
Well, how do you turn them off? I didn't see a switch.
No, you're fine. Don't touch anything.
Don't touch anything.
Just go to the back.
that I will support
and defend
and defend
the Constitution
the Constitution
of the United States
of the United States
and the Constitution
and the Constitution
of the State of California
of the State of California
against all enemies,
against all enemies,
foreign and domestic,
foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith
that I will bear true faith
and allegiance to the Constitution
and allegiance to the Constitution
of the United States
and to and
and to the United States
and to the United States
and the Constitution
and the Constitution
of the State of California,
of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or personal evasion,
or personal evasion,
and that I will
and that I will
and faithfully
and faithfully
discharge the duties
discharge the duties
upon which I'm about to enter.
discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter.
Okay, congratulations.
Thank you.
And are you a senior?
I am a senior.
You are a senior.
Yes.
Very good. So this is our big last year.
Ready
All
for
right.
it.
Members present. I'm going to call the meeting to order. Members present, Barrios. Castaneda.
Here.
Edmiston.
Yes.
Garcia.
Here.
And Dew is here. No one's absent. Can I get the Pledge of Allegiance? Mr.
Come on, everybody, please stand.
Hawkins?
Right hand over the heart. Ready, begin.
All right, can I get a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Second. Discussion? Okay, vote. Barrios?
Aye.
Castaneda?
Aye.
Edmiston?
Yes.
Garcia?
Aye.
And Dew votes yes. And Valerie?
Votes yes.
Yes. All right. And I'm going to call on you first, Valerie, okay? All right. All right, presentation 4.1, ESSER III plan. Christine Foote.
Good evening to our governing board, Superintendent Dr. Williams, and viewing audience. My name is Christine Foote, and I'm the Director of Common Core Implementation, LCAP, Innovations, and Special Projects. Tonight, I am providing you a presentation on the American Rescue Plan ESSER III Return to Safe Instruction Plan. What is ARP ESSER III? ESSER III is COVID-19 federal funding for districts from the American Rescue Plan Act. This funding is specifically to address the impact of COVID-19 on schools across our nation. It was signed into law on March 11th of 2021. This plan does require an expenditure plan called the Safe Return to In-Person Instruction and Continuity of Services Plan. For short, we'll call it Safe Return. Victor Valley Union High School District is eligible to receive an estimated $53 million according to the California Department of Education's schedule of allocations. What is the ESSER III Safe Return to In-Person Instruction and Continuity of Services Plan? Well, ESSER III does require an expenditure plan, but there are 3 specific areas that must be addressed. Strategies for continuous and safe in-person learning, addressing lost instructional time, and a minimum of 20% of our $53 million must be spent and allocated in this area, and use of any remaining funds that are allowable or allocable according to the grant guidelines. What is the purpose of ESSER III Safe Return? ESSER III is provided to expand current grants and plans through September of 2024. ESSER III must support current actions and services from existing plans, such as the Learning Continuity and Attendance Plan, LCP, Learning Communities and School Success Program Grant, LCSSP, Local Control and Accountability Plan, the LCAP, and Expanded Learning Opportunities Grant, ELO. They must address the following areas: support prevention and mitigation of COVID-19 to safely reopen schools for in-person instruction, address the academic impact of lost instructional time through the implementation of evidence-based interventions, and respond to the academic, social, emotional, and mental health needs of all students and staff, particularly those students disproportionately impacted by COVID-19. ESSER III requires stakeholder engagement similar to the LCAP process. Engagement may include previous stakeholder feedback from the LCP, LCAP, ELO, and other surveys or community feedback events. Our plan will include feedback from previous stakeholder meetings due to the fact that it will support plans and grants currently in place. LCAP student forums and parent engagement meetings from spring of 2021 will be used. In addition, in September, we will hold several stakeholder meetings as well: Principals Roundtable, Counselor Collaborative, Educational Services Site Administrative Meeting, the board presentation tonight, DLAC, a community webcast on September 23rd, and a district website ESSER III Safe Return Plan feedback and comment section. So far, these are the ESSER III suggested areas of focus based on our current feedback in place. A safe, full reopening of schools with safetiness and cleanliness as our priorities. Academic support in core content areas, credit recovery, extended learning time, 24-hour tutoring. We also want to support visual and performing arts. We also want to ensure our career technical education continues to flourish. We want distance learning supports in place because we have students still learning in the home. We want the most current technology, Chromebooks, hotspots, internet access points, and laptops for students and staff. We want to address social emotional and staff and student mental health, involve peer counseling, look at stress relief and wellness areas, and continue to support PBIS and multi-tiered systems of support. We have extensive professional development we would like to support, including academic and social emotional learning. We want targeted supports for our low-income students, our special education students, English learner students, foster youth, and homeless youth. We want to continue to promote remote and virtual learning options and continue to use our Google environment successfully with students and staff. We also want supplemental programs that promote student engagement, such as AVID, ROTC, Cadet Corps, and more. ESSER III timeline. ESSER III requires two parts: the submission of assurances to the state of California and the Safe Return Expenditure Plan. We will conduct stakeholder feedback in September and then complete the assurances on September 10th. October 7th, we will submit a Safe Return Plan to the Governing Board for review and approval. This plan must then be submitted to San Bernardino County Office of Education within 5 days. The county must provide final approval by December 17th of 2021. County offices will submit a list of districts with approved plans to the California Department of Education by January 21st of 2022. If you have further questions, please feel free to contact us at the following email addresses: Christine Foote at cfoot@vvuhsd.org or Dr. Ramoni Yee at ryee@vvuhsd.org. We appreciate your attendance tonight, and thank you. Have a wonderful evening.
Okay, thank you. 4.2, unaudited actuals.
Good evening to the Board of Trustees, Superintendent, Executive Cabinet, Extended Cabinet, and our general community. I'm Dr. Antoine Hawkins, Assistant Superintendent of Business Services, and this is a presentation of the Victor Valley Union High School District's 2020-21 unaudited actuals. The unaudited actuals show the district's financial position as of June 30th. The unaudited actuals prepared by the district will be reviewed by an independent auditor, and the final audit report will be presented to the Governing Board of Trustees for their approval in January 2022. The unaudited actuals also includes supplemental forms such as the current expense of education. The calculation of the current expense of education, or CEA, is a legal requirement and is used to determine the percentage of expenditures for the district classroom cost of teaching students. High school districts are required to spend at least 50% on direct classroom cost. Due to the COVID-19 pandemic, many districts have been unable to meet the requirement. The Victor Valley Union High School District met and exceeded that requirement by 3.45% and spent 53.45% on direct classroom cost. Other forms included in the unaudited actuals calculate that the district meets its Maintenance of Effort, or MOE, requirement for the Every Student Succeeds Act. However, the district did not meet its MOE requirement for special education. The budget and financial report cycle is a 2-year process that began in January 2020 when the governor released his preliminary state budget. The district then adopted its 2021 budget based upon the May revise. The district's adopted budget is then updated at the interim accounting periods in both December and March, and then beginning in April, a conservative estimate of where the district believes it will end the year is incorporated into what we call the estimated actuals that are approved with the 2021-22 adopted budget. Once the board approves the unaudited actuals, they go through 2 more checks. One at the county level, where the county reviews the unaudited actuals for mathematical accuracy, and our independent auditors then review and complete a financial and compliance audit of our books and issue an audit report in December that must be accepted by the board by the end of January. As stated in the earlier slide, an estimate of where we would end the year was included with our fiscal year 2021 through 22 budget that was adopted in June. The district received $3.3 million more in revenue than was estimated and had $494,000 lower in expenditures than was estimated. This combined meant we ended the year $3,801,950 above our estimate in the unrestricted general fund. The additional revenue was from lottery coming in at a higher rate than the estimated ADA and a significant reduction to the special education contribution due to a $2 million fee for service return received after the budget was completed. Expenditures were $495,000 less than expected, or 0.5% lower than what was projected. Of the ending balance, $4 million is reserved for the next Sept payment and until the budget is realigned to the new LCAP. On this slide, we see restricted funds, or our categorical funds that are restricted to the purpose we received them for and typically cannot be used to fund any of our regular district expenses. There are 2 types of restricted funding: entitlements and grants. The revenue for entitlements is recognized when received, but for grants it is only recognized when an expenditure occurs. This is because if we do not spend or perform the activities for the grant, we are not entitled to the revenue. The accounting treatment for many of the COVID funds was changed by the California Department of Education after the estimated actuals were completed. The restricted program's ending balance includes only those funds that the district is entitled to, regardless of expenditure. For all grants, the revenue must equal expense upon the close of our books. As shown in orange, the district estimated the ending balance to be $1.45 million less than the final restricted ending balance. When combined, the ending fund balance increases by $5.2 million. $3.8 million of these dollars is in the unrestricted side, and $1.46 million is in the restricted side as shown on the prior slides. The unrestricted side of the general fund is what determines fiscal solvency, and the undesignated unrestricted ending balance must be positive in the current year and subsequent years for the district to be able to certify a positive financial condition. When the changes noted in the prior slides, the district ends the fiscal year with an undesignated unrestricted balance of $29.3 million. This balance will be adjusted based upon revising the budget to match the revised LCAP. On this slide, we see other funds, and these funds are set up outside of the general fund to account for federal, state, and local programs that require separate accounting. There have been no significant changes that occurred in these funds from the estimated actuals. The Food Services Fund continues to be monitored due to spending down its reserve during the COVID-19 pandemic. The reserve for other than capital outlay is utilized as a textbook reserve and was used in 2020-21. COPS funds are exhausted in 2021 and higher than normal development fees are recognized. Thank you for the opportunity to present our unaudited actuals. At this time, I will entertain questions from our governing board of trustees.
Okay, are there any questions? Ms. Edmondson?
Yep.
How about you? Josh? No questions. You have any questions, Valerie? How about you?
Not at this time.
All right, and
No real
Jose?
questions, it's just the same thing that we were talking about before. Of course, we have reserve for economic uncertainty, okay, but the unassigned and unappropriated amount, some of that is federal money that we have to step aside. And hopefully we can figure out this LCAP situation that you mentioned here just now, so.
Got it.
All right?
Okay.
okay.
a lot of money to spend.
Well, I just hate to see things get postponed any farther. That's all.
All right. Okay, now we're gonna have a public hearing. The public hearing will start at, to determine the instructional material. We're talking about instructional material. 5:57, right? 5:57? 5:57. Ready?
It's the longest minute.
I know. It's just weird.
When you're on the
It's
altar,
like
that's the longest.
57,
It's like, oh, your
58.
grandma always said, watch pots never boil. Yeah, it's like that same.
Yeah, try filling up the pool.
And we end at 5:58. 5:57 to 5:58. All right, public comments. Uh-oh.
You read it?
Yeah,
See?
please, thank you.
Is this on?
Yeah, just talk.
Okay.
Just use your teacher voice.
Okay. If you wish to address the board on any topic, including any item on the agenda, please submit your comments to the board president by completing the request to address the board card prior to the meeting and submitting it to the assistant to the superintendent. The president will recognize those who desire to speak either during the public comment section of the agenda or before the particular agenda item. Each speaker should move quickly to the microphone and announce your name before beginning your presentation. Meetings are taped for later transcription. Each speaker is allocated a maximum of 3 minutes. The president may choose to limit each topic to 10, no more than 20 minutes, if substantial numbers of people wish to address the board on one topic. Testimony should be brief and to the point. Speakers should not repeat testimony already presented. Board actions may not legally be taken on any item not specifically listed on the agenda. The board will ask that such items be placed on the next agenda for consideration. Testimony is not protected from damage claims for slander. Public changes or allegations may result in legal actions being brought by those individuals. The board values constructive community comments and suggestions. It welcomes your participation to the democratic process.
Okay, the first person is Michael Hammond, or Hammond?
Harmon. Mike Harmon.
Oh, Harmon. Oh, Mike? Oh, Mike. Okay.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. My name is Michael Harmon. I've been a custodian in the district since 1998. I'm currently employed at Atlanta High School. I understand that the district had given a retirement incentive earlier this year that I had not wanted to take advantage of at the time. I opened up my PERS account to find that I had more service credits than I had anticipated, and within a few months will be up on 25 years of service. I was wanting to come to the board to appeal to the graces of the board and the district to be able to participate in the retirement program. Certainly, failure to plan on my part doesn't constitute an emergency on your part, but I was not intending to make a decision on that until I had seen some service credits with my PERS. With that being said, I'm coming up on 22 years and soon to be 25 years of service. So I just wanted to see if there was a possibility that I could participate in the retirement program. Put in a lot of time in this district. The classified personnel in this district are the backbone of this district, always have been and always will be, and I'm a proud employee to be in this district. And I just wanted to make that appeal to the board and the district. Thank you for your time. God bless.
Thank you. Colleen Gibson.
Greeting board members and cabinet. I'm Colleen Gibson, speaking for Kristen Lane, who is the library technician at Silverado High School. Here to speak about adult volunteers in our district. In 2018, my retired parents applied to be district volunteers so they could help out in the library. They were approved. When they tried to renew this year, Mr. Deshaun Dickinson called my mom and said the libraries can't have volunteers because policy states only union people can work in the libraries, which is why library was not a choice on the application form. It seems this criteria would also apply to the Family Engagement Center, yet they are listed as an option on the form. I contacted the CSEA union president for an explanation why volunteers are allowed for one but not the other. She didn't know, so she forwarded my question. Mr. Dickinson replied that policy doesn't allow volunteers in the library because work done by a volunteer should never infringe on work normally done by a classified employee. I was never asked what task would be assigned. Last week, I requested a copy of the policy from his office. After he was consulted, I was told that it could not be located and provided to me. I had CC'd Tanya Martin, and she requested and received a copy from the superintendent's secretary. After reviewing policy 1240, I am at a loss as to how or why it was decided that volunteers are disallowed in libraries. Some key points in the policy, truncated for time: volunteer work shall be limited to projects that do not replace the normal duties of classified staff, and the board encourages volunteers to work on short-term projects to enhance the school. Throughout the school year, the libraries have many short-term projects to be accomplished in addition to our normal duties. Libraries are well known for utilizing volunteers. In fact, one of the duties listed in the job description for library technician is train and provide work direction and guidance to student workers to assist with circulation, processing, shelving, filing, etc. That statement makes it clear volunteer workers are used in our school libraries. If student volunteers can perform these tasks, why not adult volunteers? I am respectfully requesting that the board members review board policy 1240 to determine if this policy specifically prohibits volunteers in the site libraries. If not, then I ask the volunteer application form be revised to include library, just as it already includes family engagement centers. If it's found that this policy only applies to volunteers assisting certificated staff, then I respectfully request that a similar policy be adopted to allow for volunteers to help in our libraries and FECs. In order to avoid inequity, both would need to be approved to utilize volunteers as both are staffed by classified employees. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Okay, thank you. Stephanie Felix? Stephanie Felix?
Good evening, board members, cabinet, superintendent. My name is Stephanie Felix, and I am here tonight to give you the notice of intent to circulate petition terminating the merit system for classified employees at Victor Valley Union High School District. Thank you and have a good evening.
Okay, the next one, Angie Mayo.
Hello. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Angie Mayo. I work at Silverado High School. I'm a special education teacher, the special education department chair, PBIS co-chair, et cetera, et cetera. And actually, so thank you so much for allowing me to speak today. I was really impressed by the presentations that were presented, and I'm actually really stoked about the one, especially about the ESSER III, about that extra funds, because we just came from a PBIS conference in Sacramento, and basically we concluded that we cannot function a Tier 2 system or a Tier 3 system without an accurate dating reporting. And we don't have that. And we've tried for multiple years to get SWIS up and running in our district. Let's use some of those funds for something that we could actually use. Anyway, that wasn't what I was actually here for. Okay, there are a couple of things. First, there are some issues regarding masks with our students. So we've run into some stumbling blocks with our students who repeatedly don't wear masks. We call home, we confront them, we talk to them, and then we send them to discipline, and the student gets sent back. Okay, again, send them to discipline, student gets sent back. And then we get reprimanded for, well, why didn't you tell me ahead of time that this was happening? Well, I've noted it in visitation about 25 times, and I've sent them to your office 3 times. So can we please do something actually about the students who are not wearing masks on a consistent basis? Next, we are in special ed, we are in need of 27 paraprofessionals district-wide. This is an enormous, enormous issue for our special education population. We have the money, hire the people, and let's get it going. Next. 24 hours for our special education hours is laughable. Many of us have already done our 24 hours outside of our duty day. And so I just wanted to make you guys aware, we're going to start heading up. We're going to start bumping up against teachers who have used their 24 hours of service time. And what are we supposed to do? I mean, you know, at that point, we've already used it. We still have students on our caseloads who have IEPs. And it's going to be super important that we get them done. If you don't want backlog, we're going to need to negotiate more hours for our special education teachers. Finally, independent study for special education students. This has been coming down the pike very fast. We need someone dedicated at Goodwill to take on those caseloads and not have them be on the caseloads of the teachers who are at the school sites. Thank you.
All right, Jared?
Good evening, board members, as well as our student board member, Dr. Williams and cabinet, students, educators, community members, classified staff. My name is Jared Nichols. I'm the chief negotiator for the Victor Valley Teachers Association. Tonight, I once again address you to express VVTA's desire to settle the 2021 contract. Our last bargaining session took place on August 25th. We were then told by Dr. Rubalcaba that they could not bargain salary increases until the unaudited actuals were released. Well, today's the day. And now our district has $4 million more than it did a month ago. The district has an ending fund balance of $45 million, nearly 29% reserve, more than almost 10 times the state required reserve amounts. Every single budget report released this past year has shown a larger and more robust ending fund balance than previous. In addition, teachers have had to wait longer to settle last year's contract. As previously stated, VVTA has tried to bargain and settle the 2020-2021 contract since April of 21. Every time we've been told to wait for the next report. There was no need then, there's no need now to wait. The money was there then, as it is now, growing more obscenely large with every updated report. VVTA's numbers have remained consistently sound and accurate. We too are good stewards of the district and would never bargain the district into financial trouble. The district is reluctant to bargain salaries for teachers, but is eager to fast track a $3 million boardroom. The district does not want to bargain salaries for teachers, but is more than willing to give raises to substitute teachers and adult education teachers. We are short-staffed. Many of our teachers are teaching extra classes, subbing on their preps, are over their contracted numbers at sites throughout the district. If VVTA wants to retain and attract the best teachers in the state, they need to pay them a competitive salary that keeps up with the inflation and the ever-rising cost of living. I hope that next Wednesday's session is productive and we are finally able to settle this 2020-21 contract. Both Dr. Rubalcaba and I have expressed our desire to settle and move on to the 21-24 successor contract. Thank you for your time and consideration. I look forward to hearing from you soon.
All right. 7.1, VVTA report.
Good afternoon, board members, especially our student board representative from Silverado, Valerie Valdez, who was formerly a SIM student. Just putting that out there.
Wait.
Wow.
Formerly a Discovery student.
Even better, even better.
So we're all over the place there.
Dr. Williams and executive cabinet, students, educators, and community members. My name is Anita Tucker, VVTA president, and I represent 431 members. The past weeks have brought some very sad news. We want to extend our deepest condolences to the family and friends of our student at Victor Valley High School who recently passed away. It is always heartbreaking when we lose one of our students, and we mourn and grieve this great loss. We also grieve the loss of Kathy Lento, a teacher, counselor, and administrator who recently passed away. Many years ago, Kathy Lento was my 10th grade PE teacher and my 12th grade counselor when I attended Apple Valley High School. She gave a lifetime to education and her students, and she will be greatly missed. We also mourn the tragic loss of one of our own, Jackie Quintero, at Lakeview Leadership Academy. Jackie taught 7th and 8th grade special education students at Lakeview. Jackie was soft-spoken, kind, fluent in Italian, loved traveling cats and her students. She was usually one of the last teachers to leave every night around 7 or 8 o'clock because she always gave so much to her students. She will be greatly missed by students, staff, and parents, and we mourn the loss of these dedicated and inspirational leaders. September 15th to October 15th is Hispanic Heritage Month. Your teachers will be celebrating the cultural heritage of Hispanic Americans during this time. Additionally, tomorrow, September 17th, is Constitution Day. It is required by law that all teachers teach their students about the Constitution on or around that day. I invite you all to come visit our classrooms as we teach about the Constitution with our students. This is especially important as we move toward the requirement of civic engagement and ensuring that our students have critical thinking and writing skills. I have been able to go to a couple sites and meet with teachers. I have also been able to establish regular meetings with Dr. Williams, Dr. Yee, Dr. Rubicaba, and Mr. Williford. I hope to be able to meet more with administrative staff so we can continue to work collaboratively together to be proactive on concerns. I honestly believe that by doing this, we can continue our positive growth in the district. Speaking of concerns, I would like to address a couple of issues. Safety continues to be our top concern. I have spoken at length with Dr. Williams, Dr. Rubicaba, Dr. Hawkins, Mr. Williford regarding these concerns, and I am hopeful that together we can address issues such as mask violations on campus, enforcement of discipline protocols and policies, and cleaning protocols. Many of these issues are now egregious, and there needs to be action taken to ensure that students and staff feel safe on campus. Students cannot learn if they do not feel safe. Staff cannot do their jobs properly if they do not feel safe. It is the district's responsibility to set the expectations and enforce compliance. I know that we all have the same desire to ensure that our students and staff are safe, and by working together, I hope we can achieve this soon. We again address the lack of adequate staffing and substitute coverage for all positions. Having inadequate staffing makes it unsafe for everyone. We have come up with some ideas that I shared with Dr. Williams and Dr. Rubicaba after meeting with the San Bernardino County President's Coalition and speaking with the County Superintendent of Schools, Ted Alejandre. Some of the ideas that other districts are successfully implementing are involving roving substitutes for both certificated and classified positions. If you have extra employees on a given day, why not put them to use at the schools that have been hard hit with absences to help support the students and staff? Other districts have district office administrators filling in where they are needed most. Apple Valley Superintendent has been directing traffic at Sitting Bull Academy. And I have to commend Richard Bettis. He's routinely fills in when his custodians are short. I know our district office administration is beyond busy, but perhaps coming to our sites that are so hard hit with absences would help and support our already hardworking staff, as well as give a different perspective of working at the sites. I invite all of you to our sites to roll up your sleeves and work together with us to support our students. The phrase of the month is negotiations. We have set a date to meet with the district to negotiate our 2020-2021 contract. Again, this is last year's contract. I would like to say that we are hopeful that we can quickly negotiate this. However, history has shown that this has been a long and arduous process on the part of the district. Our unaudited actuals show us yet again that the district has an extremely healthy outlook, and we are sitting on a huge reserve of nearly 29% and an ending fund balance of $45 million. Again, it is VVTA's position that good stewardship on the part of the district is to spend the money for our current students. We have just come off one of the worst years of education, and using the money to enhance our students' needs and provide adequately for our students and staff can be achieved. Additionally, as we look at the scarcity of employees and substitutes, it again solidifies that we as a district need to make Victor Valley Union High School District an attractive place to work to attract and retain staff. Our inflation level last month was 5.1%. Teachers are leaving our districts to take jobs in other districts that pay more. We just lost a phenomenal math teacher at Adelanto High School where he could go close to his house, make $6,000 more with fully paid benefits. We can't afford that. Our students can't afford this. Now is the time to act while there is more than adequate funds available to meet the needs of our students and staff. Lastly, I do want to address our contract. And when I say our contract, I mean Victor Valley Union High School and VVTA's joint contract. The contract is not solely VVTA's, because if it is only what VVTA wants, I will immediately request a demand to bargain and let Jared Nichols negotiate for a lot more that VVTA would like. This is not just VVUHSD's contract, because I'm sure Dr. Rubalcaba would love to negotiate a lot of more things that the district would like. Our contract is a work of compromise, collaboration, discussion, and of course, blood, sweat, and tears. The words in our contract have been decided through hours, days, and months of hard work putting forth the needs of our students, staff, and the district. This is not about personalities. We may not agree with an issue, but it's the contract that needs to be upheld. Sometimes it hurts our position, sometimes it helps our position. We may not like it or agree with it, but we must respect it. VVTA is appalled that the district is again looking to impose on VVTA. In March, Victor Valley Union High School District and our school board voted to impose on teachers to go back to school without giving VVTA its bargaining rights to negotiate an MOU, which was not negotiated until May. Now VVUHSD is again opposing on an issue that is clearly outlined in the contract. We also believe the PERB language cited by the district does not actually support their case because the district has other options outside of breaking our contract language. Will Victor Valley Union High School District continue to violate the contract because they do not agree or like something? If our contract was settled, VVTA would be happy to negotiate issues. However, remember, we're a year behind schedule with our contract. It is a sad commentary when, as association president, I must ask the board to keep its word and adhere to the contract. This should be implicit. Our contract is sacred. Thank you for your time and consideration, and please stay safe.
CSEA, sorry.
Good evening, board members and cabinet. Well, here I am again. I will make it brief so my words are not made a mockery like they were on Tuesday evening at the Personnel Commission meeting. I will continue to fight for members of classified. I am not angry about what's going on with nursing. Actually, I have a fellow new nurse that started 2 weeks ago that didn't get any information, any training, or any supplies. And she reached out to me because another classified employee told her to call me because I've been the nurse for the district. So as you can see, I've brought her along with me for the ride, so I am not upset about nursing. What makes me angry is the constant blatant disrespect that I am dealing with by management. Everyone in here is aware I am very outspoken. If someone comes to me, whether they have a good reputation or a bad reputation, a good worker or not a good worker, even someone I personally do not like, and and have a valid concern, I will speak or ask questions about it. I'm not taking a side. I just want to hear the truth. If you know me, you know everything I do, I will do it with fidelity, no matter what the cause. No matter what issues I bring regarding classified employees, it is never enough. I was asked to bring some classified employees to speak regarding issues they were having, and it was picked apart. So I've asked classified employees to come out, not only to speak, but to show that they are concerned about what is going on here. I have spoken at board meetings and had conversation with board members, cabinet members, management, no assistance. Other than I'm lying, I'm mad, I'm retaliating against someone. You see classified members here. I've asked them to start coming to meetings. Whatever I bring will never be enough in the climate of this PC or administration. I do want to thank Mr. Rocha for speaking out and acknowledging the members of classified employees. CSEA members feel that if they come out and speak, that there will be retaliation. And I can say, I am a witness of it. I've received it myself. Unfortunately, people believe that they must take sides to keep their job instead of waking up every day with the intentions of doing the right thing. I must say, all the people here are here by request. I want the board members to see that classified is united. I am not fighting my personal agenda. We just want fair treatment and oversight of what's going on in classified personnel side of the house. CSEA looks forward to bargaining with the district on Monday and help you come with a decent proposal. We are headed down a road that we do not know what the end may be. However, we hope the board and district leadership will do it with fidelity and protect my members from retaliation. In closing, I would like to give my condolences to the VVTA and the coworkers of the member that we lost at Lakeview Leadership Academy. Good night.
Okay. Consent items. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Discussion? Okay, vote. Valerie? Yes?
Aye.
Aye. Barrios?
Aye.
Castaneda?
Aye.
Edmonston?
Yes.
And Dew votes yes, and Garcia will vote. All right. Action items. 9.1, certificated personnel. Can I get a motion?
So
So moved. Second.
Okay, discussion?
Just one. For some reason, Adelanto High School has a ton of people teaching extra periods where the other sites, I guess, have whittled it down. Is that because we haven't hired positions to take care of that yet? Because I see a lot of multiple, like
Yeah,
five English and something like that.
That is correct. It's a combination of, they were short on staff. We've since the last board meeting have actually filled, I believe, 2 positions. We're looking at filling 1 more, and that will minimize the number of people on prep, so that number will be going down.
Oh, good. It's more consistency that way for the students. Okay. That's all.
That's all? All right, vote.
No, I had something.
Oh.
I'm still very concerned that there's so many ratifications. Some of the items are dating back to last school year. So, Dr. Williams, I think that needs to be utmost concern. It's been ongoing.
Well, yes, I agree with you, and we're working on it to best that we possibly can at this time. But we will continue to work on it.
Okay, a vote. Valerie?
Aye.
Barrios?
Aye.
Castaneda? Edmonston?
Yes.
I don't think Valerie's supposed to vote on that.
Oh,
Sorry.
It's okay.
I'm sorry.
okay.
Give back.
Okay.
No, you're okay.
He's very technical. He's
It
always
wasn't my
giving
fault
me
this
the
time at least.
whatever, you know, to let me know.
Aye.
Aye.
My turn.
And
Oh.
I, and I vote yes. The next one, 9.2, do not vote on that one because
So moved.
Castaneda will get me.
Second. Second.
All right, discussion?
Yeah, just one on item 29, 30, and 31B. It is, well, the employees are being hired, which is good, But it doesn't state what site they are. Or is that because they're gonna be, as needed? You know, whatever site may be overwhelmed and they need extra help, or are they there, but they don't just assign them a site when they're being hired? It's a formality, but still.
That's the nutrition service workers.
Are you talking
Yeah.
about nutrition?
Yeah, it's nutrition services, yeah.
It says
Yeah.
district-wide.
Isn't,
Maybe Deshaun can,
oh,
What's your,
okay.
28, 29, and 30.
the food service is Deshaun.
29, 30, and 31, D.
Oh, 29, 30, 31.
29 is at Sims. 29 says Sims, Mr. Burrows.
Yeah.
30 is
29.
Victor. And 31 is Atalanta.
Oh, you got it?
Yeah.
It's the way it's worded. Okay.
Oh, yeah, it is on there.
Requested to create 3 new district-wide food services positions. Okay,
Yes, but
so-
they're still housed at the school sites.
Okay, to me, that, when you say school-wide, it implies they might be asked to go to other sites like we did with custodians one time.
You remember with food service, the food service assistants follow the kids, so sometimes they may go up at another site and they may have to go over, but they are attached to a site when they're hired.
Oh, that's fine.
Okay, any other questions? All right, Burrios.
Aye.
Castaneda.
Aye.
Edmiston.
Yes?
Garcia.
Aye.
And Barbara votes yes. All right, 9.3, now this one,
So moved.
so move,
Second?
all right. Discussion,
Yes, I found 2% on top of whatever it is we're gonna offer. You ready? I really believe we need to revise our board policy of a reserve for 5%. We need to bring it down to state to 3%. I think it's pork bellying for no reason. I feel that we don't need it because every time we have a projection, I feel that we try to not only meet but exceed that projection. So if we're going for 5%, we're probably really going for 6%. So I would advise if we can come with the first reading of a new board policy, if we can get that, bringing our board policy down to 3 with the consent of the rest of the board.
I have no objection.
Okay, I'm not sure, it's not a
As
board.
far as I know, that is not a board policy, Mr. Garcia.
No, it
It's just
isn't.
a board recommendation.
It's just been assumed
from a
over the years?
previous
I thought I was
board.
told it was a board policy. That's what I heard. But can we look just to make sure?
I'll look to make sure.
And if
but
not,
I'm
then we
pretty
need
sure
to just
it's not a
advise
board
that
policy.
3% should
Yeah,
be.
I think it is a board policy,
I don't think so.
but it's just a recommendation to maintain that.
it's actually, yeah, it's not
board
really
policy is 3%.
solidified, totally.
Okay.
But the
What's in print,
recommendation
it's
of the
more than a
board
recommendation.
Is
at
for
that
5
time was to
5%.
make it 5%.
5%, okay.
It's been a
So we
long,
found
long
2%
time.
that we could have the whole time.
There you go.
But I'll double check because.
Okay, sounds good.
Not
And,
29%.
and remember, that occurred when we had that fiscal problem many years ago,
Oh, it was
so
way before that.
that's why that,
Way before that, Barbara.
that's why, no. it
$50
was-
million
we
sitting there.
had
We got a lot
two.
of-
We didn't have one, we had two, so.
I was still a teacher
The
when
very
we did
first
that.
one. All right, so, we're gonna vote. Valerie?
Aye.
Barrios?
Aye.
Castaneda?
Aye.
Edmiston?
Yes?
Garcia?
Aye.
And Dew votes yes. 9.4, the GAT limit. Can I
So
get a
moved.
Second.
discussion? All right, the vote. Valerie?
Aye.
Barrios?
Aye.
Castaneda?
Aye.
Edmiston?
Yes?
Garcia?
Aye.
And Dew votes yes. Resolution 22-04.
So
Text
moved.
Second.
discussion?
Yeah, just one question. On this, the resolution, the only reason it stated that we haven't received certain materials says because of the shipping problem. Now, is that to apply to all of the subject area books that were talked about in the resolution? Because it blamed solely shipping.
Well, I think it's, the shipping issue is what we're working through at this particular point in time, and I think that's what the issue was. Shipping.
Well, that's what I'm just saying. The thing states that it's shipping, that's the reason, because if the state or county wants to know why we don't have our books, and we say, well, we think it's a shipping, you know, they may not want that, they're gonna wanna know exactly. Or
Dr.
was it, were
Oswani,
they
would you
not
like to?
ordered, or something like that, or ordered late, or?
We've actually worked very closely with the San Bernardino County Superintendent of Schools with our situation, as other districts are also kind of in the same situation as well. So we wanted to make sure we brought this resolution forward tonight to meet the 30-day deadline.
Yes.
Because by the time we get it, it would go past the 30-day. So that is what we are requesting the board this
Well,
evening.
if that's the real reason, we could justify it, fine,
Yes.
but if there is some other reason, we need to be upfront. Okay,
Yes.
thanks.
Is there a possibility of getting perhaps electronic versions? I mean, all the kids have Chromebooks, so I mean, at least they'd have their textbook, you know, even if it's only in electronic form in the interim. Is that a possibility?
At this moment for this time, probably not, but I can go ahead and research it a little bit and provide you information later.
Because I would think so, because any new text now, it always has an online version. Of course, they always charge you extra for an online version, but if the shipping is their fault, that should be complimentary to us. So our students don't end up getting shorter, because we have a lot of students, they'd prefer to do it on a Chromebook. But we have some old school students that they like the paper version.
I'll look into it.
Thank you.
And can you let us know real quick as soon as you find out?
Absolutely.
Like next
We're
meeting?
we're not the only district, though.
Well, I
that-
know, but I
yeah.
don't care about them.
It's
I care
that
about us.
backlog of books and things
I
coming
know,
to us,
but,
you know, yeah, that type of thing,
Take care of home first.
yeah. All right, so, Valerie.
Aye.
Barrios.
Aye.
Castaneda.
Aye.
Edmiston.
Yes.
Garcia.
Aye.
And Dew votes yes. 9.6,
So moved.
Second.
discussion.
Yeah, I'm concerned. I don't think that we need to continue having the county offer us the contracts for facilitating workshops. I think we have the ability in-house to take care of that. I don't want to see this money be spent for a facilitator in that regard.
I second that.
And there's a lot, you know, I've talked to quite a few people at CSBA and that, a lot of them, they don't even deal with their CELPA anymore. They've come up with their own version and saved money and have got better service.
Vote.
Okay.
You second mine, but you.
I know.
All right, vote. Valerie.
Aye.
Barrios.
No.
Castaneda.
No.
Edmiston.
No.
Garcia.
No.
And Dew votes yes. 9.7, contract rescue.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion. Okay, vote. Valerie.
Aye.
Barrios.
Aye.
Castaneda.
Aye.
Edmiston.
Yes.
And Dew votes yes.
Wait, Garcia?
I too. I'll throw it in there.
And Garcia. All right.
It's okay.
And 9.8, renewal.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion.
Yeah. Now, I could be wrong, but I seem to recall at least once, maybe more in this last year, we voted to approve a scanning system program for CEC. Now, am I wrong? I knew it, the most recent one was at least a couple meetings ago, that we voted for some sort of program so they could scan records, CUME files, things like that. Now, is this the same thing, or is it a different version, or a different company?
I think Dr. Yee's the one listed on this one. Is that right? 9.8?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, which one was it?
So I can always go back and find out when we voted on it, but, you know,
Jackie might
most people
remember.
remember that stuff.
It's the contract with Williford.
We did do something for scan for
Yeah.
CEC, but I don't know.
Richard's got it. Richard in the
is.
back. Richard in the back.
Yes.
Scanner for special ed office was the last thing you approved.
Oh, it was for
I could've
special
swore
ed.
it
Did you
said
hear that?
CEC also.
Huh?
Okay, well, that's fine if they're for separate office, but
CEC has
it
scanned
seems like we're
before,
getting a
but it may not be
duplication
here.
of efforts here. We're paying one company to do special ed, we're getting another one to do CEC, and we get another one to do food services. Isn't there some big system
Universal.
where we can get like a bulk deal or something like that?
So this is a renewal contract, trustee Barrios, to ensure that they have the support that they need with all of the files. There's been an increase in the amount of files that they need.
Mr. Wilford has something.
Sorry, Board. Just want to give you a heads up on what GRM is. Basically what it is, it's actually through Scrib. It helps with our transcript program, and actually it's a system that we can actually upload all of our documents through, and it's actually cheaper. It's actually a cheaper system. Actually, Scrib recommended it. It's because Scrib was actually close to almost $2 to $3 a page to upload, whereas this company's actually in the cents, in the penny department. So we're actually saving money by getting this contract, and it's actually helping us make sure our kids are getting their transcripts out.
Okay, that sounds good. That would be a good explanation to put when we do something else like this, is it is saving us money. All right, because-
I'll make sure that in the future I put that on there for you guys. Thank you.
Here, here, all right.
Okay,
There's a lot of things we
all
duplicate
right.
our efforts, and we don't want to spend
Valerie?
double the money.
Aye.
Barrios,
Aye.
Castaneda,
Aye.
Edmiston,
Yes.
Garcia,
Aye.
and Dew votes yes. 9.9,
So moved.
Second.
discussion. Okay, Valerie, vote.
Aye.
Barrios,
Aye.
Castaneda,
Aye.
Edmiston,
Yes.
Garcia,
Aye.
and Dew votes yes. 9.10,
So moved.
Second.
discussion.
Yeah, I was gonna say, well, at least on this, this group, we get 4 sessions and what is it, like 15, 20 books for all of our money for our $17,000. So that was a little better than some of the consultant groups we have.
Okay. Valerie,
Aye.
Barrios,
Aye.
Castaneda,
Aye.
Edmiston,
Yes.
Garcia,
Aye.
and Dew votes yes. 9.11, purchase,
So moved.
Second.
discussion.
Yeah, I mean, this seems pretty expensive. And it just seems to me that there's probably some duplication here because it's gonna come with a warranty. I understand this will be some sort of extended warranty, but it seemed, oh, I'm sorry. This is 9/11. My bad.
That's okay. You and I are thinking the same one on that one.
Well, I
Sorry.
wanted to
You
clarify,
want-
this was for Lakeview, 80 Chromebooks and 2 carts.
Correct.
Comes out to $250 a Chromebook. And then the 2 carts on top of that.
No, I was talking about
Right.
9/11.
So I was just bringing us back to what 9/11.
Yeah.
We're just ahead of our time.
Okay. Anything else? All right, vote. Valerie,
Aye.
Barrios,
Aye.
Castaneda,
Aye.
Edmiston,
Yes.
Garcia,
Aye.
and Dew votes yes. 9.12,
So moved.
Second. Okay, Caleb.
Okay, go ahead.
discussion. Discussion.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. This seems like a lot of money. And and it seems like there's some duplication of efforts. That some of the problems could be covered by IT. We could self-insure.
I mean, how
So,
good are they gonna be in
Let
the
me,
second?
bring to the board's attention.
Wait.
Let me bring to the board's attention, I know that it's a high price tag, however, these monies were tied to our Expanding Learning Opportunity Grant that was written into that we would expend these dollars in this area before Dr. Azrani left. So a part of the money that we're receiving is based on us expending these dollars in this area. So that was written into the program.
Okay, so if we don't approve this, then we lose a bunch of money.
The state can come back and probably look at us and say, with Fidelity, you've not implemented what you said that you would do, so I would not touch this. And this is not general fund monies, these are grant dollars. So it's not anything that impacts our bottom line.
And like usual,
Okay.
if it's grant dollars, let's just spend it. But I see your point. But anyway, Mr. Castaneda just started. But reading through the contract thing, it says, okay, it'll cover the hard drives. There's no hard drives in Chromebooks. I know that's probably just a general contract that they have, but there's no hard drives in Chromebooks. All right. It's almost $500,000. Now they talked about opening claims. Now
He's gonna talk
Was that
for a
the-
few
the IT
seconds.
guy?
Good evening, Board.
Let
I just
him
wanted to
talk.
finish with these.
Let him talk for a minute.
So the warranty encompasses the whole Chromebook for 2 years, including breakage, stolen. They do have hard drives, actually. They do have a solid state drive in them. So we're averaging about 25% breakage on our home Chromebooks. So this is a 2-year warranty, so it's about $25 per year. We did offer it to parents. We didn't get a lot of buy-in, so we thought we'd help our parents out by purchasing this through the grant money. So it is complete coverage for the Chromebook, hard drive, battery, the adapters that keep, breaking. So it's for everything.
Yeah, 'cause from what it said, it's a great deal. I wish my car had that when I bought it. Okay. If it's broken, stolen, destroyed by earthquake, fire, whatever, I mean, like, wow. But my question is,
Yes.
all right, they talked in the question section, okay, talked about claims. And just about every section said, well, okay, when the claim is filed. Now, are the parents going to be the ones that are going to be expected to file the claim?
No, we'll do it in-house. Our own staff will do claims.
Okay,
And we will either fix them internally, and they'll pay us to fix them, or ship us the parts, or we can ship them to the company to be
Okay,
repaired.
then that's my next question. If we are going to be handling that, and, chances are we may not get tons and tons of damaged ones, but if we do, oh, come on, I think positive, okay? I know you've been a librarian a long time, but basically what I'm going to ask is, are we going to have to hire another position to process claims? Or who's going to handle it?
The claims will be internal in our department. The process, it's a web form, it's very quick to fill out. They already have all our serial numbers of our devices. But we are averaging about 25% breakage.
Okay.
For
then
take-home, so
that
it is
kinda-
a fair
that
amount,
kinda-
so.
That kind of goes into my question, Dave. If there's 25% breakage and we have 10,000 Chromebooks.
Right.
And your guys are already got work orders up to here, how's it gonna be done? Is there gonna be some other staff person that their program's been eliminated and they can do that?
There's many options of how we can have them fixed, and again, we
Okay,
can
good.
actually depot them out and have the company fix them
Yeah,
also.
so I'm just seeing how much the CMSs and all those people are usually have a pretty good amount of work.
Right.
Without having to do all that stuff too.
Right, and we still have about 12,000 internal Chromebooks that are not under this warranty, that are in the classrooms, we still have to fix also.
Okay, well, hey, if it works as advertised, it'll be great.
Yes.
And if we have to spend the money on that because we said we're going to, then we don't have much choice there.
Correct. Plus,
Okay.
it saves the burden of the parent having to pay for the
All right.
insurance for the take-home.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
I have a question, don't go away.
Okay.
Does this ensure that our students will have a Chromebook at home?
That's our goal, and we're working towards right now to have that take-home.
That'd be neat.
So our goal is a 2-to-1, one at home and one in the classroom.
That's important because some of the students returned the Chromebook like they were asked.
Nope, the only ones that
But-
returned them were 12th graders that were
But when
leaving the
they,
district.
well, there were a
Really?
few others, because teachers have reported to me that their students weren't able to access things at home. So this will ensure that students at home can access as well as in the
Yes.
classroom.
That's our goal, for every student to be able to check one out for home use if they need one.
Okay, I appreciate that, thank you.
Oh, hey,
Thank
Dave, one
you
last
for
question.
coming
So,
out.
Is that going to lead to like some of the school districts do, to ultimately where you have the Chromebook and if it survives for 4 years, that's your graduation gift kind of a deal?
That is an option where we could have, the student has received a new Chromebook, where they're in, let's say, 9th grade. They use it 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th, and then they have that option to purchase it, or we could, there's ways to gift it to the student.
Okay, because, you hear about other districts, and some
Right,
districts,
right.
that's just part of the
Yeah,
deal.
that's part of the
You
deal.
take care of it for X number of years, it's yours. Because they don't really wear out, the technology may be a little
The
slower
average
by the
lifespan
time
is
they.
4 to
they're
5
done.
years on a Chromebook.
That's it.
One
Thank
last
you.
question.
Oh,
Yes.
sorry.
So you said that you offered this to the parents and you didn't get a lot of takers, but presumably you got a few. That money will be refunded to?
Well, that was for last year, so we didn't offer it
Okay.
this year at all. So that was a 1 year, they had that option to purchase the insurance.
Okay.
But I don't believe many did, to be honest.
So the insurance isn't for this coming year?
The insurance will be for starting in October.
Oh, the
when we start
current year,
checking them
okay.
out, and it'll be for 2 full years.
Okay, thank you.
You're
And
welcome.
thank you for coming up. I appreciate that.
Well, that helps.
That helped us.
Oh, yeah.
All right, vote. Valerie?
Aye.
Barrios?
Aye.
Castaneda?
Aye.
Edmonston?
Yes?
Garcia?
Aye.
And Dew votes yes. 9:13,
So moved.
second. Discussion? Okay, vote. Valerie?
Aye.
Barrios?
Aye.
Castaneda?
Aye.
Edmiston?
Yes.
Garcia?
Aye.
And Do votes yes. 9:14, can I get a
So,
motion? Second,
second.
discussion?
Well, yeah, I'd like to thank Jared for the email saying that you kind of looked over the new proposed board policy and you didn't see any real glitches in it. You know, I kind of glanced at it, but I was looking at the whole agenda, so. But no, one of the representatives looked and he answered Penny and I's question about, you know, did it work with our, you know, collective bargaining agreement? Well, not ours, but theirs.
Well, the question I still have though, if it's an admin regulation and if this does not stipulate the amount of time specifically for the complaints against a staff member, but the contract does stipulate a timeline, which one will be adhered? The admin regulation that doesn't have a timeline, or the collective bargaining unit that has bargained a timeline?
Okay, good.
So we have to follow the collective bargaining agreement if there is a timeline for a complaint against an employee.
So can we, on item 1312.3, can we somehow modify that in here to say, with due respect or something with the timelines that have already been negotiated? Or can we pull 1312.3 so that we have a chance to compare the timelines that might be?
If the board so desires to bring it back for a first read and we'd like to make some changes, we're happy to do that. However, keep in mind that this is a board policy for the district and it can't be in conflict with the CSEA's bargaining agreement or VVTA's bargaining agreement. So what I'm saying is, the board policy is in general, the essence is for it to try to handle it at the lowest level and try to resolve it at the school site in respect of both bargaining agreements. So let's just say CSEA says it's 10 days, but VVTA says it's 5 days. We would respectively follow each bargaining agreement, if that makes sense.
Well, if that could be written in there, that would make it perfect. In respect to the timelines agreed upon in collective bargaining units.
And that's why I brought that up, and I
Yeah.
mentioned
I
both
think-
bargaining units, because if they have different timelines, then it should go by
So-
their
So
timeline.
then I guess I would request that we pull 1312.3 for revision and then look at it again.
I would say, first of all, let me apologize. At the last meeting, there was a little bit of confusion on my part if we were talking about UCP or employee, so that was my apologies for that. The way the board policy is written, the AR is written, and the way the agreements exist, that's already the case. So like with education code, you can't do less than, but you can do more than in some occasions. So this is one of those cases where we do have to follow the collective bargaining agreements, even if it doesn't say that explicitly in the AR.
But it could
it'd be
say
nice to
that.
say it.
It could be revised to say
if the-
in regards to collective bargaining agreements.
If the board so desires to pull it and you would like us to revise it, we would just start the process all over, go back to a first read, and bring it back for a first read and then a second read.
Yeah.
It's up to the board.
Because I know I would like to see that, because too many times I've heard, well, it doesn't say we can't, and implied is not, and attorneys love that stuff.
I'll move to pull it if you need to move.
Okay, thank you. Then I don't know
You
if I
got-
can make a friendly amendment.
Yeah, you're
If
gonna have to.
If you're pulling your move, I would like to make a friendly amendment that we approve all but 1312.3, and we revisit 1312.3 with revisions regarding timelines, and approve all of the other
Alright.
suggested admin regulations.
Sounds fair?
Second, whatever she just went, so. Don't want to repeat it.
Okay, all right. So, what you're going to do is you're going to bring that back,
Just that item.
revised, to us. Okay. We got a second and a vote.
Aye. Oh,
Valerie?
Valerie, sorry, Valerie.
No,
Valerie? Valerie?
Aye.
Burriels?
Aye.
Castaneda?
Aye.
Edmiston?
Yes.
Garcia?
Aye.
And I vote yes. All right. Legal pupil issues. On 10.1, I actually have two separate, oh God.
Whoops, whoa, big catch.
Two separate papers here, and I have to fill each one with the votes that we do. So we have to do these separate when we vote on them? The
two different ones?
yeah, because they're different.
Didn't we
Ten
vote-
point one.
Didn't we vote on her amendment? But
Oh.
we still have to vote on the,
The original motion for all
Oh,
the other
I'm
admin
sorry.
regulations.
Yes,
Good
yes.
save, Caleb.
Okay,
sorry.
all right. Can I get a motion then for the?
I move that we accept all other admin regulations except the 1312.3.
Well, we voted on wasn't that an amendment to the original?
Right, to pull that one
Oh.
and revise it, but
Oh,
now
and
I'm
then-
amending to accept everything but 1312.3.
Okay, all right.
The original
And the
motion minus
second?
that one in question.
And then the second?
Second.
And then, discussion? And then we vote. Valerie?
Aye.
Burrows?
Aye.
Castaneda?
Aye.
Edmondson?
Yes.
Garcia?
Aye.
And Duke. Votes yes. All right, again, with the 10.1 stipulated expulsion, we have to do these separate. So everybody got it?
And
Okay.
not Valerie on this one, I believe, is
Yeah,
that correct?
that's right.
That's correct.
Okay.
And, I'm going to do the, what number is this?
We have one that ends in 39 and the other 53.
There's one at Silverado, 34147241187.
So moved.
Okay,
Second.
all right. And the vote, not
No,
Valerie,
me. Me.
Barrios,
Aye.
Castaneda,
Aye.
Edmiston,
Yes.
Garcia,
Aye.
and I vote yes, so that's 4 ayes and no zeros. All right, on the next one,
That was 5.
That's 5. That's all.
5 ayes.
five,
Four, that was
sorry, 5. On the next one, this one, Atlanto, 59507099960.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, and then we vote. Burrows,
Aye.
Castaneda,
Aye.
Edmiston,
Yes.
Garcia,
Aye.
and Dew votes yes. Okay, so that is 5, is it? No abstentions. All right, on the next one, 10.2,
So moved.
rejection of claim,
So moved.
Second.
second?
Second.
All right, and then, discussion? All right, and vote. Valerie,
Aye.
Burrows,
Aye.
Castaneda,
Aye.
Edmiston,
Yes.
Garcia,
Aye.
and Dew votes yes. Okay, information items, conference requests, 11.1, 11.2,
Couple
Ye-
questions.
11.2.
And 11.2?
Board Trustees Appointee Personnel Commission.
Yeah. Deshaun, right now we have Valencia.
No, you guys have Mrs. Gonzalez.
No, I want to, all 3 of them. We have
Oh.
Gonzalez, we
Paula
have
Gonzalez,
Valencia and
Anthony.
Rocha.
Yes.
And the board representative is who?
Paula Gonzalez,
Okay. And the CSEA?
Arnold Rocha, and the joint appointee is Anthony Valencia.
Okay, thank you. And
So,
can you tell me when the terms are up?
The board's appointee is up this November 30th. The joint appointee is up next November 30th, and CSEA's is the year
Hold on,
after.
11/30 of
What is that?
22 for the joint,
Uh-huh,
and 11/30 of 21 for the board?
yes.
Okay.
So, just to give a little background and history, at the last board meeting, and maybe I should have made myself clear, what the rules say is that I have to notify the board by September 1st, which I notified you guys September 2nd because that was a board meeting, that Mrs. Gonzalez would like to be reappointed. I expressed it at this board meeting on the 2nd, and I let you guys know. So what's happening at this board meeting is that the name is coming forward. It's not, you guys are not appointing tonight, but she would like to be reappointed. If you guys choose not to reappoint, at the next meeting, which is within 30 days, but no further than 45 days out, which would be October 28th, you guys can either choose to reappoint her, there has to be a public hearing for that, or you guys can bring another name forward and appoint another person. And I gave you guys a copy of the rule. After the last board meeting, I did follow up with the process with the board president, the superintendent, just to make sure they had something in writing. You did get that, Mrs. Dew, right?
Where,
So the-
where was that? Oh, this one you,
That's the rule. So tonight, you guys are just, she wants to be reappointed. You guys are not taking action tonight at the meeting on the 28th, because that's within 30 days. You guys can either reappoint after the public hearing, or you guys can bring another name. You guys can appoint at that meeting another name, and there's no further action taken, or no further action needed after that meeting.
Mr. Dickinson, what would be the process if we wanted to open it up to applications from the community?
Well, if I'm not mistaken, the last time we did it, we flew it in the newspaper, right, Jackie? Because it's the board's appointee, so it's how you guys want it. So we put it in the newspaper. You guys actually did interviews. If you guys are gonna do that, you guys have to publicize a name by the 30th of September. So you guys would have to have a special meeting to hold those interviews in open session. And then the name would have to be announced at that meeting, and you could appoint after the 20th, or on the 20th of October.
can you only either appoint or, can you only reappoint or accept applications for new people? Are those the only two options?
No, at the 20th meeting, if you guys brought a name of another person and the board got 3 votes, that would be your appointee.
So it's appoint, reappoint, or go through an interview process. Is there any kind of vote, not with us, but?
It's you guys as appointee, so it is your vote.
Because it's just us, our appointee.
Exactly,
When
that
it's
is
the joint,
correct.
then how is the joint determined?
It's appointed by CSEAs or the bargaining unit and the board's appointee.
So we each bring forth a name and discuss it till we come to consensus?
Well, no, the commission actually makes that decision. So your appointee and CSEA's appointee will figure out if they want to interview or reappoint. If they can't make the decision, then it goes to the Department of Education, and they make the decision for the group.
And I want to apologize too, because I brought this up at a meeting, and if I said something that misled anybody about the process, I apologize. I just knew that there was a timeline coming up. But I will take on the ownership of, I brought it up and I wondered about if the appointment was due and when it was, so.
No, well, I have to notify you guys. That's why I notified you guys. I have to notify you guys by September 1st, and I didn't do it on the 1st because the board meeting was the next day. And what the rule says is if the person wants to be reappointed, I have to notify you guys the person wants to be reappointed, which that's what I did at the last meeting.
So what are our next steps? What do we have the
So-
choice of doing now?
So if you would like to reappoint Mrs. Gonzalez, her name will come forth on the 20th board meeting. If you guys choose to go out and fly it in the newspaper and do some type of interviews, you guys would have to have a special meeting because the name has to be publicized by the 30th. Or you guys can bring another,
By the end of this month.
by the end of this month. Or, as the rules say, if you don't want to move forward with the recommendation, you guys can bring another name at that meeting, and depending on how the vote goes, that person could be appointed with no further action.
Well, if we were to have another name, wouldn't it behoove us to go to advertise it and put in application so that we would make it open to all?
That's your choice. I mean, that's something that you guys can do. We've done it both ways. In the past, you guys have just reappointed based on your appointee, and you guys have done it for an advertisement. You guys have interviewed in open session and selected and announced the name at that meeting. That's just one extra board meeting you guys are gonna have to have this month.
I don't think we've done that though for Mrs. Gonzalez because this is her first term
Yes, you
representing
guys,
the board.
once the name came forward, you guys appointed.
So could we, if we wanted to, we could just on the 30th, at the next board meeting, on the 30th, we could have in open session an interview session and pick right then on that date.
Wait, on the 30th
No.
of
No.
September?
No.
No.
So and it's a little convoluted because, like it says, it's a little misleading because it says
You do interview.
on that meeting that you guys appoint, if you guys don't take the name that you guys announce, a substitute can be put in and you guys could appoint at that point. If you know that you were not going to reappoint Mrs. Gonzalez and you guys want an interview process, you have time to do that because it's only the 16th of the month. So you guys would have to advertise it for, X amount of days or whichever way you guys want to advertise it, have an application process and interview. At the end of that meeting, as long as it happened before September 30th, you guys would have to announce that name at that meeting. Now, I guess worst case scenario, if 3 of you guys didn't vote on that name and another name was thrown out there by another board member, that could possibly happen. But if you know going into it that you guys want to interview, I would recommend you doing it the right way.
I'm confused. You said before September 30th?
I'm sorry.
Did you mean-
September 30th, you have to announce who you plan on appointing.
Well, we don't have a meeting between now and September 30th.
I said you guys would have to have a special meeting.
Yeah, we have to have a special meeting.
That was
if
one of
we're
the
gonna
first
do
things I
that.
said.
Okay, I'm sorry, I was confused.
So the choice is you guys, how you guys want to do it or whatever type of thing. So if you guys are going to go in that way of possibly opening it up and flying it, I would direct Jackie. Jackie, I think you flew it the last time, and applications were turned into the superintendent's office. And then you guys got the applications the day of the interview, and the interviews took place in open session.
Okay, what is our choice? Or do we want to appoint?
Any more questions for me?
Now,
Maybe,
huh? I'm
maybe.
sorry.
Is there any more questions for me?
Oh, no. But you stay right there real quick so I make sure I got it right.
Okay.
What I'm gonna do is just kind of, go on the board and see what we would like to do. Penny, what would you like to do?
Let's go in the same order we've been going through, if you
Oh,
don't mind.
okay. Barrios, what would you like to do?
I don't have any real feelings either way, you know, because we can, if we.
Either way?
Like you said, if you vote for or against at the next meeting, if you don't come up with a candidate, then you can appoint one, right? Okay.
Okay,
I-
so you want to,
I'll
wait
say-
until the next
I say it
meeting?
doesn't matter either way to me, because either way, if we vote her in, that goes. If
Okay.
we don't vote
And
her in,
you?
then we can
What would you like to
appoint.
do?
I think that, I mean, you could do that, but I think that, ideally, we would like to find a quality applicant, and not just throw someone's name out as a last minute thing. So I would say we should float the position, we should, through the newspaper or whatever, and then have a special session to figure out what we want to do with it.
By September 30th, right?
That is
correct.
All right.
You have to announce it by the
Go-
30th.
Edmondson?
I would agree with Caleb. I think then we can see if there's any interest as well, but just kind of see what the options are.
Kind of a time crunch.
Okay, and Garcia?
I'm kind of with Jose. I mean, either way, whatever you guys want. I mean, what do you think?
What do I think? Well, my thing
Leave it on
is.
you, Barbara.
Well, actually, I would just appoint the person that we have right now that pretty much knows most of the things that are going on. Considering the fact that we have this COVID situation, and how many years would she be? A year or
It's
three?
it's a 3-year appointment.
3-year appointment? And you would have to ask her, right?
Well, she's already expressed interest that she wants to be
Oh,
reappointed.
she has expressed that
That's what I
interest.
brought to you guys at the
Okay.
last board meeting, so she's already
Yeah.
expressed that. That's why her name is
Right.
on the agenda
And
tonight.
see, we've got so much going on with the COVID and all that stuff that I think that right now, changing people all the time is not a thing that anybody wants to do. I don't think that's anywhere in the state of California.
So
Nobody's
just to give you
into-
guys an idea of timeline, tomorrow's the 17th. The 30th is basically, less than 2 weeks away. The Thursday is on a Thursday as well. So if you advertised it, you would have to have a quick turnaround time to get the applications back, and then you guys would have to have a special meeting either the 27th, 28th, 29th, or 30th.
Yeah.
So that's a calendaring thing for you guys as well.
Right. I think for me, I would like to see us just go with who we already have. That person, and make sure that everything is done.
I mean, if
Well,
you,
then can we just run applications? I mean, she
That's
can
the only
apply
thing
too,
we'll
right?
do is-
Yeah, no,
is do
definitely, yes.
applications.
Okay, well then, let's just
You
let's
wanna
run
run the
applications.
application?
And then we can all move on from this conversation and let's move on to the next item. So
There
let's
you
just
go.
run all applications. 3, we're all good with that?
Alright.
I'm
Good
great
with
with that.
Yeah,
Direction
we'll do
of
the
the board to work.
application.
We can't vote on it tonight anyway, because it's not an action item.
Yeah, this is not an action item,
I'm
so.
sorry, Jackie, I didn't hear what you said.
I said, if you do that, then I just need to make sure that you guys pick a special meeting date where you're all available, so
Just
that.
pick a
Yeah,
Thursday.
see-
They're all free
can
anyway.
I
No.
just point out that on the
No.
27th, we have the LMI until 4 o'clock. On the 28th, it's supper with the superintendent from 6 to 7:30. But the 29th is available.
Free day.
And the 30th, unfortunately, I would have to meet very, very late. I have a commitment for that. But the 29th looks like something.
Can we do the 29th, like
That'll work.
6?
Yeah. I mean,
Six.
I'll be, what is the 29th? What day is that?
It's
that's
a
a
Wednesday.
Wednesday.
It's a Wednesday,
Oh, you
so
got
I'll,
class?
Staff
I'll be
meeting?
teaching until 5:20, so.
Up here or down Chafee?
Jackie, do you have
VVC.
other things on your
That
agenda?
would be
My
kind
agenda's your agenda.
restrictive.
What time do you go in the morning? Can I do
Library
the
day,
morning?
library
Hmm?
day.
What time do you go in the morning?
7:45?
Oh, jeez. 5 a.m.
So if
Is
we
6
got,
o'clock hard for you?
so if we
No,
got
in the
the
morning?
applications
Oh, no, that's okay.
in,
That's fine. 6
Do we
o'clock
need
is
them
fine.
back by?
If you guys want to do
It
6
depends
o'clock,
on when you guys
we
are gonna
can
do.
advertise it,
6
and you
o'clock on
got
the
the
29th.
applications in.
We're good on 6 o'clock 29th?
I'm
So
good
it
at 6
probably,
o'clock.
okay.
Have a week.
6 o'clock on the 29th.
Does that work, Jose and Caleb, Barbara?
On the 20th?
On the
29th.
29th?
Yeah,
I'll work
sure.
with
What the heck?
Jackie to get
Hey, we go to
to
lunch
get it
before, Jose,
advertised in the
why not?
newspaper and put it on the
Go to
district
early
webpage.
dinner.
So we'll probably only advertise it for like
A week.
a week.
That's
We
fine.
only,
So
they
that'll
only,
probably cost,
yeah,
I
we,
don't
see,
know,
we're not gonna be
3,000-4,000.
long. There's gotta be a real turnaround.
So,
To-
okay, I'll
before
work
the
with,
30th.
I'll work
Throw it
with
out
Jackie
there.
to make sure it's flown.
Before the 30th.
All right, sounds like we're
Well,
baked. Let's
wait,
do
not
it.
before the 30th, if we're gonna meet on the 29th,
We have to, before the 30th, right.
or the 29th.
So let just look at a calendar real quick, sorry about that.
The calendar
Well, you
is
guys
a
have some-
Wednesday,
So
the
the goal is to get it
29th.
flown by hopefully tomorrow. I don't know the
It
newspaper
won't fly
schedule.
tomorrow. It will not be posted tomorrow, maybe Monday.
Monday,
maybe
so
Sunday.
we fly Sunday or Monday. It will fly
So
for
it'll
a
be,
week.
it'll be
Facebook
flown on the
classified ad.
20th?
Nobody reads the paper anymore.
Is it flown on the 20th?
It'll be flown by the 20th. That means it would have to close by the 27th to make sure you guys got the applications back.
Yeah, that's a week. We
And
have to make
what
sure
are the
it's a week.
requirements for the position?
The
Just
business ones,
just
they have
to be
to be
clear.
inherited merit. There's a flyer in a brochure and they have to live in the area. They don't have to live in the zone, but they have to live in the school district's boundaries.
Can they work for the district?
They cannot
No,
work for
they
the
cannot
district.
work.
They can work for another
Cannot.
district, but they can't work for our
Cannot.
district.
Yeah, I mean, heck,
Cannot work for the district.
newspapers are, that's why my sister retired. She worked for a newspaper.
Okay.
She's retired instead of losing her
All
job.
right.
Second biggest newspaper in Oregon, too. Okay,
Okay,
we fix that?
11.3, the grant.
Some, oh, wait,
No, someone's
No.
supposed to give us
Information.
information about the grant?
Is anyone gonna talk about the LCSSP?
Yes, so on August 31st, you had a reporting that was actually due to, as part of this grant, and we received the Learning Communities for School Success Program grant of about $1.6 million. And some of the activities that we said that the reason why we got the grant was because we said we were going to hire a foster youth counselor. We were also going to do some family engagement liaison work. I'm gonna go to my cheat sheet here. Hire some family engagement liaisons, that is the FELS, and then do some PBIS work. So this plan, we wanted to make sure the board was actually aware of the grant. We already received it, we've already hired people, but when we did our reporting that was due a couple of weeks ago, we realized we couldn't locate anywhere in the board minutes from before that it was actually shared with the board. So, yay, we got the grant. But we wanted to make sure too that we were doing our due diligence, that if the reporting that we were supposed to report saying that the board needs to be aware of it, that we are bringing it to you tonight. We didn't do a presentation or anything like that. We already have it. It's being put to really good use, and it's just been amazing that we were able to get such a large grant to support our students.
Okay, so will this be able to, okay, family engagement, we have family engagement liaison, so will that help to utilize them more? We'll be able to spend money for them? Okay, also PBIS, you know, a lot of our sites have great PBIS programs, so are we gonna be able to subsidize them more instead of taking it out of the site's general fund to run those programs?
Absolutely.
And the foster youth counselor, I don't believe we have one of those, do we?
So we do. Actually, it lives in Mr. Williford's office, and her name is Diana.
Oh, well,
Yes.
that's good. So we have one for the district?
Yes.
Is that enough? If somebody's giving us money for that, is that enough?
That was basically how we built. We suggested the plan, did the application, this is what we said, and that was the amount that was
So
assigned
see,
to
if
us.
the need if it needs to
Well-
be and the money's there, then we can do that. Maybe just not be able to hire them on a permanent basis because it's a grant.
Exactly.
Okay.
Can
Dr.
this-
Yee.
Can this
Oh.
grant be used for the SEL counselors that we mentioned many meetings ago and still have not yet been hired?
If at the time that this grant was being applied for, that was the need and that we've identified it and it was approved, then absolutely. But in this case, we applied for it, we got it, this was the plan. We just wanted to make sure the board was actually aware of it.
So this was not a need placed on that grant?
Correct.
So therefore, this grant cannot be used to pay for those?
Correct.
Okay. But I'll mention it again in my comments. I would like an update on hiring the SEL counselors.
Okay. No, but what about, because a lot of the EL students, a lot of them are here without their parents. So technically, they're foster youth, they're just not officially foster youth. So would they be able to utilize that counselor?
You know what, for us, it's serving all of our students. Like Mr. Williford, I don't know if you wanted to speak to it, but for us, it really is about serving all of
Oh, I
our
know.
students.
He's got good ideas, I like him.
No, so Ms. Chappelle,
You're on.
Ms. Chaparro's actually, so far, she's actually went out and serviced at home visits on over 70 kids since the start of the school year, where they delivered backpacks, bus passes, and it's for EL students, foster, homeless, and also too, she's actually doing home visits, not home visits, but site visits as well to do some counseling with some individuals with sites that need it. So we're already getting the bang for our buck on this individual,
Oh,
and
good. Good, thank you.
but so those are some of the things she's been doing.
Dr. Yee, a few months ago, I asked the district a lot of questions. I haven't really got many answers back yet, but particularly about the students' experience with SRO program and school security. And I think the reason I didn't get this is because that data just doesn't exist. We haven't been collecting it, but we probably should be collecting it. And we had a comment today from a public comment where one of our special ed teachers said that they would love to have, for PBIS, they'd love to have a data reporting tool. Could we maybe use some of this grant? Because, I mean, we can talk about equity all we want, but the proof is in the pudding. Are we collecting data? And do we have a system that we can use it effectively? So could we maybe use some of this money, this grant money, for a data reporting tool?
So because the grant was already written and we have to have fidelity to really follow what the grant was approved for, I've already noted on here after public comment with regards to Swiss, which I'm somewhat familiar with, and I will be taking it back, and we can look at even funding it out of our ESSER III monies that we presented this evening. So there absolutely are other funding sources that we can use to look at that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other thing? All right. 11.4, general counsel.
So I believe the board received a memo from the superintendent that I drafted, doing an analysis of pros and cons of hiring in-house general counsel for the district. In that analysis was shared the dollar amounts over the past 5 years. As you can tell, unfortunately, we have a high number of legal fees, and that doesn't seem to be going down. Quite the opposite. It appears that we continue to experience high amounts of litigation, a need for representation and due process filings for SPED, representing the district for matters related to litigation, and building the capacity of our leaders, having an internal person that we can develop to meet the unique needs of our district may be a cost savings measure. So in the analysis, the proposal was to consider having in-house general counsel at an approximate cost of a director's position. With benefits and statutory benefits, you're looking at approximately a total cost of $200,000 per year. Now, with legal fees being over $700,000, that would significantly, in my analysis, reduce billable hours. Because the fact is that when the incentive for billable hours exists, right, there isn't necessarily a sense of urgency Not that our attorneys have not been doing an excellent job in trying to reduce costs, which they are. Having an in-house general counsel may be of benefit to the district. In the analysis, I did point out that no other district in the county at this current time has in-house general counsel. It would be unique. We would be pioneers and maybe trailblazers to meet our needs. But I did give a breakdown, right, of some pros and some cons. There is no one expert. One of the cons is that there is no one expert that knows all of law. And sometimes that is why you would, even if you had general counsel, have the need to perhaps go outside when there are conflicts or if there is a need for specific expertise. My final analysis did incorporate the question as to a director of human resources. And the fact is that, and I'm just going to put this out there, and I put it out in the memo, director of human resources on the certificated side would cost, with benefits and statutory benefits, no more than $200,000 total. Even if you were to hire both a director and in-house general counsel, the district would experience a cost-saving measure of approximately $200,000 to $300,000 per year, which could be utilized for other things. So the proposal's there. Just wanted to briefly summarize for the benefit of the board and for the public, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
I wrote down that you said the general counsel would cost $200,000 a year, but your memo said $400,000.
No. So the memo at the end, and I highlighted that both a director and general counsel would cost $400,000.
Okay.
Yeah.
But either a director or a general counselor, they would both be, either or would be $200,000 for either or.
Correct. So if you were to decide we want in-house general counsel, that would cost the district approximately $200,000, right? With benefits and everything at the top of the pay scale. If you were to go with a director, just a director of human resources, it would cost the district approximately $200,000. If you were to go with both and really want a high efficiency, world-class division, it would cost the district $400,000. Now, even if it at both, with legal fees being over $700,000, that is still a significant cost-saving measure, because the two roles, although they have a lot of overlap, they are very unique. They are very different. So just for your consideration, I wanted to put that option as well.
What's the salary range without the health and welfare benefits?
Give me just a second.
Isn't health and welfare about 25,000?
Yeah, that is correct.
So maybe about 175,000?
It's a little bit less than that, Penny.
Okay, so I don't know, if lawyers are generally hireable at that amount. I don't know.
Well,
But I would be interested to know why the other districts don't use them. And then the districts that do use them, I'd be interested to know how much they still pay to send things out when their general counsel couldn't fulfill that need.
So my recommendation is, even if we were to hire both a director and general counsel, that you would still set aside approximately $50,000 towards outside counsel if needed. But even with that additional dollar amount, you're still looking at a significant cost savings to the district, because when you have in-house general counsel, you don't have billable hours. They're your employee. And like any administrative position, they're at the will of the board in terms of hours and days, and the work just needs to get done because they're on the clock. The concept of billable hours is completely eliminated. The other very important factor is that you have a uniquely dedicated attorney to your district instead of having to share them with other districts that they serve through a firm. So although many other districts do not in our county have general counsel, no other district in our county has general counsel, I do see benefit to having in-house general counsel.
Are you just giving the board information,
He's
or
giving information.
are you kind of want to know the sense
I
of
will
the
be
board?
explicit. I would love to have both in-house general counsel and a director of human resources, because there's a significant amount of work that goes, comes out of the human resources office with the pandemic alone. Now, in-house general counsel would not serve only under HR. They would typically report to HR, but they would be at the will of the board, the superintendent, ed services, business services. For example, we have a high-profile due process case in special education that does require an attorney. And we want to have an attorney. If we had our own in-house general counsel, that attorney would represent us at due process. When we have rechartering with OFY, instead of outside counsel billable hours, we would have in-house counsel. Public Records Act requests, training, having professional development to build the capacity around Title IX and sexual harassment, around UCP procedures. That person would also provide professional development in addition to legal advice to the board.
So where can we get more information? Who can we speak to? Which district that might be utilizing such?
Sure, I'll be happy to provide a couple of districts if the board so desires. I also have a job description that I created in the event that the board would want to move in that direction. A job description draft has been created for your review. And we have a Director of Human Resources position already created for your review.
So I guess I feel like I didn't get my question answered. Are you only supplying information to us, or are you kind of wanting to know what we're thinking?
Well, the request was for information about
Let's get
general counsel.
as much
Okay.
information
Yeah.
as we can
Yeah, so
first.
I wanted to supply you information because
Right.
the board asked for the information. The board is desirous to provide support, in my understanding, for the Human Resources Department, and was debating between the various options, going with the director or going with general counsel. In my analysis to the board, to the superintendent, to the board, I wanted to put out that not only could the district afford, general counsel, but we probably could afford a director as well, and it could potentially be a very significant cost-saving measure.
So right now, I think we've gone from 300,000, so to speak, right?
No, our-
To 700,000,
Yeah.
almost $800,000.
That is correct.
that
We spent over $700,000 in
In
legal
the
fees.
last couple of years, we've gone all the way up.
Yeah,
to
the numbers were
almost
there for the past 5
800,000.
years.
Uh-huh,
I'm
almost a million.
confused why we have voted twice not to have a director, and yet it's lumped into this.
Surprise.
That's a concern. And then a question, who would this council report to? Who is their supervisor? Who does their evaluations?
It would be either the superintendent or designee, like myself. If the board does not want to provide a director or general counsel, then that's the direction we'll go. I just
Well,
wanted to supply information for your review because there was debate and mention of whether we should go with the director or not. That's why it was included, Ms. Edmiston.
I appreciate that. I just feel like there are things that we have voted on and supported, and we are still lacking, like the SEL counselors and so many other things that I appreciate the information, but I know it's not the time to vote on this at this time. This was
No.
just an information item.
It's only an information item.
Thank you. I do appreciate that.
And then, oh, did you have a question?
Well, I was just going to sort of give a comment. I personally am not interested in going forward with the Director of Human Resources. However, I am very interested in going forward with the General Counsel because I believe that, saving $500,000, that's nothing to sneeze at,
Yeah.
I think it's very important that we try to save money where we can save it, not for saving money because we're not a for-profit agency, but because we can redirect these monies to important priorities like our students, right? Instead of paying lawyers.
Okay?
Well,
That's my thought.
one of the things you could do possibly is supply us with the information of people that do have that general counsel.
Okay.
It's probably going to be in those big cities like Los Angeles and others. but-
Well, you'll be surprised.
Some of the smaller ones.
Sometimes we
Yeah.
have small ones, but not a lot.
I'll be happy to provide the board with names of districts for you to contact
Yeah,
if you wish.
and
I'd like to
then-
give you an analogy. For example, in our county, there are some school districts that have their own police department, which we've discussed in the past. One of them happens to be a very small district like Snowline. They made a choice, although it's very unique for a small district like Snowline to have their department, but for their unique needs, they decided to go in that direction. So just wanted to put that out there, that we have very unique needs with high amounts of litigation, and it doesn't seem to be slowing down, quite the opposite. It seems to be increasing.
Yeah, and with this
Wonderful.
COVID thing, it's going to be a lot of litigation because we've got all the different factors, with
But I will
masks,
supply the
mask
board with
wearing,
names of
stuff
districts.
like that as
Yep,
well.
not a
Yeah.
problem.
Another question, since it's public record, could we get our neighboring districts here in the high desert and find out what their cost of legal fees are?
I would have to PRA them, so that will take some time. I could ask for a courtesy amount, but they may not be as willing to release. But I would have to ask for a courtesy amount,
You wanna do one?
or I would have to go through the official PRA process, which will take time. It will take quite some time.
Well, if they came to you and asked, you know, they might have it on hand because
I'll
their
ask.
boards might also be questioning. So it may not take so much time,
No,
but,
I'll definitely ask.
okay, thank you, I appreciate that.
Are there any other questions from the board
Anything
regarding
else?
general counsel?
Okay. All right, let's go to the next thing, COVID.
Yeah, so,
All right.
COVID-19 vaccination mandate.
and this will not make me that popular, but I don't care because I think it's the right thing to do.
Is that yours?
So I want to give you a 5-point argument for why I believe that our district should institute a vaccination mandate for all of our employees. 1, leave for treatment of COVID-19 and associated quarantining, because you're not going to be here at work, you're going to be at home. It contributes to a large absentee rate, and it causes other employees, those who were responsible and got vaccinated, to be overworked. If employees are not vaccinated, point 2, current regulations, if I understand them correctly, will require that they be tested weekly. This comes with associated costs. That's not free. And it puts burdens on our administrative staff whose time and efforts would be better spent on other priorities, such as our students. Number 3, the SARS-CoV-2 vaccine, the Pfizer version at least, has received full FDA approval for adults. I do not see why, given the rate of community spread, a vaccine that has received full FDA approval should be treated differently than any other vaccine. If we would expect someone to be vaccinated against polio, which is not endemic in our communities, why on earth would we not require vaccination for a disease that is wreaking havoc in our communities? Number 4, we have an obligation to our employees to provide the safest possible work environment. That's something I take very seriously as a trustee. Many of our employees are high risk, or they live with those who are high risk. We are asking those employees to put their lives and the lives of their loved ones on the line. The least we can do is to protect those workers by not allowing their coworkers to be high transmission risks. And number 5, the handwriting is on the wall. Sooner or later, would it surprise anyone in this room if the governor mandated this for all employees? Wouldn't surprise me. It is better for us to be proactive rather than waiting for a statewide mandate that is easily foreseeable and then scrambling at the last minute to comply.
Caleb, do you have another copy? So that
I think Jackie has, in fact,
Oh, could you give one to
if
Valerie?
anyone would like a copy of this document, I gave a document to all of the cabinet and all the board members, and you can also, Jackie has copies that are available. Yeah. So that's what I have.
Pretty inclusive, good.
Okay. All right. Any questions or?
I actually have a comment.
Okay.
Is this gonna be enforced on employees and students as well?
As I envision it, I would say not students at this time, but I think Dr. Rubacava would know whether it's legally possible for us to mandate it for students.
It actually is. We have 2 districts in Southern California that are leading the nation. Culver City was probably the first district in the nation to mandate for both students and staff that are 12 and up, of course, right? Only for those that are eligible. LA Unified just recently announced as well. It started with employees, and now the expectation is that students will also vaccinate 12 and up. Now, just for clarification, Valerie, it's a discussion right now, right? The board isn't necessarily taking action right now, but it is a discussion. We'd love to hear your opinion.
You know, me, I'm totally for the vaccine. You know, the way I look at it is, when we miss so much school already, why would we miss more?
Right.
That's the way I look at it. And I know that a lot of us don't want to leave school again, especially the seniors. So I'm pretty sure a lot of the students who aren't vaccinated yet will be for vaccination.
If it included students as well, what would be, I mean, because there's going to be students who are not going to want to. And my thought is they would transfer to the virtual academy, or how would that?
Well, wouldn't they be allowed a medical or a religious exemption?
There are some
They would have to do
exemptions. Not all vaccines have exemptions. There are some that are required, and if you want to attend a public school, you have to vaccinate.
I thought
That-
SB
At this
27.
time, this is not one of those.
No, this is not one
vaccinations.
of them. It is not required neither of public schools employees at this time, nor is it required for students at this time. However, I think Caleb brings up a really good point, that the writing is on the wall to start with employees. And then number two, at some point, legislators may decide that students also have to vaccinate like they do for the other vaccines. It's going to be interesting to see how this plays out in Culver City and LA Unified, so we're watching.
My understanding, there's SB 277, correct? So my understanding is there is no, that we would not have to carve out religious exemptions.
No.
We would have to carve out medical exemptions, however. That's my understanding of the law.
I'd have to review it, but I believe you're right.
Okay, very good. All right.
I just want to just say one thing. I just think that you may lose a lot of ADA for that could be a very, very large repercussion. They might go to other districts that won't do the same. And that could have a financial impact to the district, because you're going to cater to one philosophy or thought, but then you could lose a great amount of students.
I think, I definitely agree with you, and I think my recommendation is that we start with, I would say let's start with the employees, and the governor will handle the students, because I anticipate that there will very soon be a statewide mandate for students, and that will protect our laws, because they won't be able to go anywhere else.
And I would think we should wait for a statewide mandate for both employees and students, just because of the issue of, we could lose employees over it as well.
Well, and eventually, the governor can dictate, but guess who has to administer it? Us.
Well, could I ask Dr. Rubalcaba, no, actually, I don't know whether it would be you or Dr. Yee, would you be willing to survey the staff the employees to see how they feel about a vaccination mandate? Because we might lose fewer than we think. When because Chaffey College did institute this employee mandate, and when I was looking at their survey results, there was only like 5% of employees that were bothered by it.
Well,
So
we've
I
already
think-
asked people to self-attest.
Yeah,
Do
well,
we know how
actually,
many?
it may be helpful if I update right now regarding this topic. Number one, we are required as the governor's mandate that all employees cannot just self-attest now. You must submit actual verification of vaccination status. And we have a timeline no later than October 15th. So if you choose to not share that status or choose to not vaccinate, you will be required to undergo weekly COVID testing. Number two, I'm very proud of our efforts that we have 14 scheduled vaccination events for September, October that started this week on Monday. There's one happening this evening at Hook. So what we're trying to do is positively encourage and make the vaccine available to students, community, and staff. The Pfizer vaccine is being offered at all of our vaccination events. So we're starting to see an increase. I believe that once the mandate, which will take place the first week of October, for our employees to start the weekly testing. So the campaign is starting next week, where we're going to start collecting vaccination status. Once they have to undergo weekly testing, I suspect that we'll see an increase in vaccination status.
Well, do we currently have about 900 employees?
A little bit higher than that.
Okay, how many had self-attested?
Well, what happened was, it changed almost a couple of days after.
I know that things change,
Yeah.
but about how many did you get that self-attested?
I would say about maybe 500 to 600, roughly, about maybe 400 or 500, Richard? Yeah, about 500 self-attested. We believe it's probably higher than that, but we're going to something that is now required by law. And there will be full compliance, just like we do with TB. There will be 100% compliance, otherwise employees will be subject to disciplinary action if they fail to comply.
Compliance to be vaccinated, or if you choose not to be vaccinated, you can get the weekly testing.
Well, yes, compliance also to submit verification of vaccination status. And it has to be something official from the Department of Public Health or a medical provider that verifies you have been fully vaccinated. Otherwise, you will be subject to weekly testing.
But Dr. Rubalcaba, suppose I come in on Monday and I take a test. When do I get my results back?
That's a good question.
Right now, I'd say it's still roughly 48 hours.
I just got mine and I took it on Tuesday.
Yeah.
How
So
long was yours?
Tuesday.
I took it on Tuesday and I just got it.
It's
Oh,
approximately 48
okay.
hours.
Okay, so you just got it, so it'd be 2 days that you would work, and you're possibly pre-symptomatic, or you're contagious, but you don't know it yet. And so you're here, and it's not until today that you get the notification, oh, I got a quarantine now. It
But
seems-
that's true regardless, even if you did a rapid test and you got the results same day, you can still be infectious and not manifest a positive test because symptoms can take up to 14 days to manifest.
Yeah, I'm just saying this doesn't seem like an adequate substitute for vaccination.
I get you, and if the board were to desire to go in that direction, it has a legal authority to do that. There's a couple of things to keep in mind. Number one, of course, it's subject to negotiations, right? So if it's something that the board directs, it is subject to negotiations, the impacts and effects. If it's something that comes down from the state or the governor, it's a non-negotiable issue. So that's one thing to consider. But yes, you're right, it's not a substitute for being vaccinated.
You know, because I'm glad to hear that we're getting the 2-day turnaround, because I've waited 3 weeks to find out why the first testing took a week to get results. And I never heard.
So we did have a meeting after your comment, Mr. Barrios. We had a meeting with administration and those observing the testing. We contacted Curative, and thank you, Richard, for all your work with that. We did inquire if they had a rapid test available. They said not at this time, but if it does become available, we're happy to secure it. But the turnaround time actually is pretty consistent, about 48 hours.
That wasn't my question. My question was, I waited 3 weeks because I asked why the first round of testing took a week to get results. And I asked why it wasn't done, the results weren't in the 2 days promised. I didn't ask about a rapid test. I'm glad you guys got your test, and I'm glad it's 2 days now. But my first request was obviously not heeded.
So there is no 48-hour guarantee. That was never a guarantee. I don't know why you had to wait a week. If you'd like, I can inquire about your specific results, and I'll be happy to contact Curative.
It wasn't just me, but see, that's the thing. If we have to build confidence in our staff, the public or whatever, if we say it's 2 days, it should be 2 days, maybe 3, not 7.
Hey, maybe we could use that van as a mobile PCR test.
We might as well. It's a paperweight right now, although I heard we're gonna be doing some kind of a shot clinic out of it, so that's a good sign. But no, that's just my thing.
Okay.
We've got, and all this COVID stuff, you know, we're being looked at, okay, what are we gonna do? What's the school district gonna do? If we tell somebody 2 days, doggone, it better be 2 days, and if not, we better have a good reason.
Okay.
Well,
Okay.
just to finish up, could I ask you to survey the employees about how they would feel about
The vaccine mandate?
a vaccine mandate? Because
I'd be happy to do that.
I suspect there might be much less resistance than we
Okay.
expect.
I'd be happy to
Okay.
produce a survey, not a problem.
All right, let's go to 11.6, district mask policy.
Okay, just a second. Were there questions from the board about our masking policy? Because we follow the Department of Public Health and Cal OSHA guidelines. And the Department of Public Health currently says all people, regardless of vaccination status, must wear a face covering indoors, period. Outdoors is completely optional, right, for students and staff. Now, Cal OSHA, which governs our employees, we follow those guidelines. If an employee is fully vaccinated and they're not in the presence of students, then they may remove their face covering. If you are not vaccinated, you must continue to face cover. So those are the expectations. It is not optional. And are there any questions about that?
Yeah, since the title of this is enforcement, you know, I don't know about you guys, but I hear from lots of different sites, and I hear from classified people too, that there's no bite. Except, you know, if the students don't want to do it, they may tell you, bite me, but, you know, some say worse than that. And the teacher or whoever, security, they're powerless. What can they do? If the student refuses to do it and nothing happens to them, what
What
do
can
they
we do? So all student misconduct and employee misconduct is subject to progressive discipline, period. If an employee is not wearing a mask, then we will follow progressive discipline like we do with anything else, including but not limited to dismissal. If someone blatantly refuses to face cover when it's the law, and we provide conference summary, letter of reprimand, suspension without pay, then we will terminate you if you refuse to follow the law. The same thing holds true for students. You have a referral to you talk to the student first, right? I'm a former teacher. Talk to my students, I need you to comply. If they don't comply, you refer them to the counselor or to the assistant principal. Is there an issue?
It's no big
I
deal.
think it's
I'm
just
used to
getting louder.
distractions. I was a teacher too for
So you
20
follow the
into the
progressive
mic.
discipline
We can't
policy
hear.
with the student as well for any misconduct. Now, however, we don't just want to shoot from the hip and automatically remove a student from a comprehensive high school or in-person seat setting without having at least a parent conference so that the parent knows the severity of, if you're not wearing the mask, we might remove you, put you in independent studies or the virtual academy because you will follow the law. And I'll give you one example. We had one student at one of our schools who walked in and said, I'm not wearing a mask. Principal said, you will wear a mask. Parent showed up and says, my student will not wear a mask. I eventually got involved. Dr. Williams got involved. The student is no longer a student of our district, okay? So we will enforce to the level necessary to make sure that everyone's safe. But that does not fall only on the administration. That falls on everyone to remind each other. Just like I reminded the audience and said, hey, we have a student present. We need you all to mask, and we're responsible for each other.
Well, my concern, hearing from staff, is that because there are so many students who are still defiant or reluctant and hesitant, that the parent meetings aren't being held. Can we get data on how many have been held? If that's a requirement, you could ask the principals.
So it should be in visitation or in Aries.
Oh, then that's
Yeah,
easy to pull
we
out.
should be able to pull a
But
report.
From what we're hearing is that nothing's being done. So I often hear that too from my students who say they weren't playing fair at tetherball and the proctors didn't do anything. And I find out, yeah, the proctor did do something, but we don't know. So can we get the data? I'd specifically like to know how many parent meetings have been held across our district.
I will defer to student services and ed services for that data. I'm sure that we can run a report for Aries. As far as I'm concerned, from a human resources risk management perspective, the mandate and the requirement and expectation is you must mask. And you
We
are
should.
subject to disciplinary action, so I'll
I'm
defer
not
to-
talking about the employees, although I agree with you 100%.
No,
But the
I'm talking about
11,000
students.
students and the significant amount of time that we have heard from our staff members that there are many students who are resistant and defiant and will not wear it. So the first step needs to be how many parent meetings have been held. And then my next question is, okay, so the parent meeting is held, what's the next step? We were told during COVID that they would be sent to the virtual academy. That's what we were told as a board. But I don't know if anybody has been sent to the virtual academy, and frankly, I think very few parent meetings have been held from what I've heard, but I don't know. That's why I'm requesting that data.
Okay.
But I'd like to know the next step. If the student is still,
If the student still refuses after multiple interventions, after a parent meeting, maybe a behavioral contract of some sort, then yes, we do have a right to exclude them from in-person instruction with options such as independent studies or the virtual academy as an involuntary transfer. We also have the option to cancel people's permits, like an inter-district permit, if they're coming from another district. So yes.
so the example that you gave us, where the student left our district, was that the parent's choice, or was that?
No, it was not the parent's
Was our
choice.
mandate, or
Yes.
did we revoke their inter-district transfer?
For that particular case, we revoked the transfer.
Okay.
Could there be some communication to the staff, not just teachers? Teachers enforce it, but a lot of classified staff have to enforce it. Bus drivers
You're darn
especially.
right they do.
I sent out a memo to all staff. I've actually sent out multiple memos to all staff saying, we're responsible for ourselves and for each other. This is the requirement. I even gave some suggestions on how to politely say, hey, thanks for carrying and putting on your mask instead of being confrontational. I'm happy to provide another update.
Well, you didn't let me finish, because
Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I wanted you to send out a memo to them to let them know how the district will support them, because I think maybe the district will really support them, but if they don't know what's going to be done, then they're not gonna feel supported. So I think if we could be very clear about how we will support these frontline enforcers, you know, they're the ones in front of the students.
I'd
you
be
know.
happy to work with
And the-
student services on that.
The only other thing that we talked about last time was the fact that when they come back, how do we know that they're actually cleared? You know, some kids show back up, maybe staff, and
So that's a great
how
question.
do we do that?
All right, so let's clarify. For staff, for staff and students, if you're fully vaccinated, you've been exposed, and you're not exhibiting symptoms, you do not have to quarantine, okay? If you are fully vaccinated, but you do have symptoms or test positive, then you must quarantine for the 10 days like anyone else from the onset of symptoms or from the date of test if you are asymptomatic. There is a shortened quarantine for students and staff that if on the 6th day of quarantine you take a test and it is a negative test, then on the 8th day you may return as long as you are asymptomatic. That is a shortened quarantine. For students only, and for only for students who are exposed on school district property or at a district event, there's something called modified quarantine. And what modified quarantine is that if you have been exposed, whether you're unvaccinated or not, and you are not experiencing symptoms, students may return to school as long as they test twice a week and they present no symptoms and a negative test. However, they may not participate in sports, music, or other extracurricular activities. So that is called the modified quarantine. There is no requirement after the 10th day of quarantine to present a negative test or a doctor's note.
Oh, after 10 days?
Correct.
Okay.
And you may return as long as you are asymptomatic after the 10th day of quarantine without a test or a doctor's note.
Yeah, because that was one of the things that some of the teachers wanted to know, whether or not this person is okay, clear, or what. Because they show up back in their class and they're not,
No problem.
you know, they don't know.
I
how
do
that
intend to send an updated memo. Public Health has notified us that in November, they will be reassessing guidelines, but we will be sending out a memo soon,
Okay.
an updated memo.
Another request, Dr. Rubalcaba, can
Yes.
you please give us the data for our employees, how many have gone through each step of the due process? How many have received a verbal warning, a written warning, whatever the steps are, can you give us that data?
For
For
all
failure to
employees?
comply wearing their masks.
Oh,
when
for
it's
Not
masking.
wearing their masks.
Okay, yeah, I'll be happy to compile what we do have. No one has gone to anything beyond a conversation like with the principal. We had maybe a handful of employees that weren't masking appropriately, but after the principal spoke to them, they complied. So I can tell you right now, no one really has gone through progressive discipline for masking at this time.
So what is the duty of the staff when they see someone that they are not wearing their mask when they're in a situation where they should, and they only put it on when the administrator's near? What's supposed to be done then?
Report it to administration so that we can have the hard conversation. And like always, if principals or any other administrators, classified managers need support, I'm happy to jump in and support them with that and have that conversation. When I've gone to visit schools, we have reminded both students and staff to make sure that they're properly face covering. For example, gaiters are not permissible. You have to have either a face covering or a face shield with a drape. So a face shield alone is not sufficient. It must be a face shield with a drape. Now, if somebody's outdoors, say it's a campus security or maintenance worker, they do not have to face cover. Neither students nor staff have to face cover outdoors, regardless of vaccination status.
We had someone in here presenting to us
I
with
know,
the
and I
face
do
shield without
intend,
the drape.
I do intend to speak to that person.
Well, we should have just offered her whatever she might have
She actually
needed.
put on a mask.
After.
After she spoke, and because it was resolved, I didn't go up to that person, but I do intend to remind that person that it must be with the drape. but because she did mask after she spoke,
Uh-huh.
I didn't approach the person to not embarrass someone.
So can we have a supply of those in our boardroom so that if someone comes
We-
and maybe they don't
They
have?
are,
We
they're
do,
back
they're in the
there.
back.
So we've
Oh,
got
yeah.
the
Back
shields,
there. I
the
figured Jackie
shields
covered
with the
her
drapes?
We don't have
They're
the
back
shields,
there.
but I'll be
Sorry,
happy.
I'm asking about the shields with the drapes.
Yeah, it's
I'll be
back
happy to
there.
provide a supply here in the boardroom, not a
Because
problem.
if they feel more comfortable with that, then we need to make sure that we provide that for them.
I'm happy to do that, Penny.
Dr. Rubicaba, is there any sort of like random site checks where administrators walk around? Because I know at VVC, I had someone walk into my classroom and they were checking to make sure I'm wearing the mask. And I think, you know, I'm sure most of us are following the rules, but it's easy to think, well, no one's watching and, you know, get a little lax.
So Cabinet does visit schools, classrooms. We do supervise and provide support at school sites, and we will be doing that more frequently. But part of when we do our visits, we do remind students and staff to face cover. I frequently get reports from anonymous people saying, hey, so-and-so at such school site is not wearing a face mask and they're not doing the right. I will call the principal and let the principal handle it first. If it's not addressed by the principal, then I will step in. But our principals and all of management have done a fine job in trying to enforce. You got to remember, it's human nature that when the cat's away and no one's watching, you will drive on the freeway more than 65 miles per hour. But when you see a highway patrol parked somewhere with the radar gun pointing, everybody pumps the brakes and slows down.
Too late then.
It's too late then. So yes, we are doing checks, and we have to trust our leaders that they're doing the right thing. We are keeping people safe. It's
If I
not a
might,
perfect-
if I might, we've been 30 minutes on this. We could
Yep.
report all this to the FBI later, but I think we're good. We got this
Understood.
down. I just want to know if we can move on.
Well, it'll be the same issues as next board meeting.
Okay,
Yeah. It
we're
already
gonna hear
was.
all about it the next one too, so we'll be okay.
Okay,
Just saying.
11.7. All right. And then 12. 12.1, business.
All right, you're
Okay,
up.
thank you, Madam President. I'll be very quick. First of all, I also want to extend my condolences to the family of the student at Victor Valley High School and also the family of our employee, Jackie Quintero. Welcome to our new student board member, Valerie Valdez. Welcome again. And we also are excited, I am, that this is Hispanic Heritage Month, having Latino heritage myself. I also want to, a couple of items, thank the business services staff publicly for all of the help and support that everyone picked up the pieces when it came to our year-end closing. Being down several positions, everybody really got in there, got down and dirty, as they say, helped with all those journal entries and helped teeing up for me to do the budget transfer. So that's really appreciated to the business services staff. Regarding business services logistics, I just want to remind our community that the COVID-19 pandemic has exacerbated staffing that was expanded to general driver workforce and even food delivery. Particularly, there has been an impact in our child nutrition services department. We are still currently working through those logistic issues with our main food distributor, Gold Star Foods, and we've also teed up Cisco and some other ones to ensure that we have food delivered in a timely fashion. The shortages are also being expanded or experienced by the manufacturers. And so this is not a situation that's unique to the Victor Valley Union High School District, but it is a national challenge. If anyone saw the reports regarding unemployment rates, we have over 11 million jobs available and 9 million unemployed people. So, you know, hopefully we'll get people getting back to work. Another thing regarding child nutrition services, I'm happy to announce that our meal reimbursement rate went from $3.51 to $3.66. So that will be an increase in the Fund 13 for child nutrition services, because during the COVID-19 pandemic, they draw down their reserves because they weren't making any resources because the kids were not in school. District office parking lot safety, I just want to give a community call that we're really having some challenges when it comes to safety here in the district parking lot when school is let out, not only for our district, if it's Victor High, but also the elementary across the street. I've had to kind of engage some of the parents. We've had almost a couple kids hit in the parking lot. So we're going to have to look at, I talked with Brett Jergensen about assessing if we can do some kind of gate up there Just want to advise the board, we don't want to cut off anyone's access, but it's really becoming a serious challenge. People double parking in the red zone. I had to stop a lady just 2 days ago from backing up into a kid, and the kid didn't see her coming, so an elementary student. That's something that we're going to look at.
Can we ask
Yeah.
the SRO officer to monitor and possibly assign tickets if necessary?
Yeah, that's something that we can do, is to get support here, because that is a citation. It can't be a citation event parking the fire lane. So they can't enforce that, but that's something we'll definitely look at and see how we can even maybe revamp some of our stretched resources as well to be here to help with that.
Well, like Romero said, when we see the officer, we know that we have consequences.
Yes, yes. Then my final couple of things are regarding facilities maintenance and operations. We will be bringing back that facilities plan at a board meeting forthcoming. I'm happy to say that our Williams inspections were completed with no notable maintenance deficiencies. Thank you, Mr. Jurgensen back there. And finally, this is a community message that I want to give for our community that's listening. There is a national TikTok challenge that is going on right now, and it is causing havoc, even in our schools. We've had hand dryers destroyed, soap dispensers pulled out, Brett called. Yeah.
Someone popped our sink yesterday.
Oh, wow. At Silverado.
Crazy.
Yeah.
I was in an ASB meeting and you just hear the water going crazy.
So Mr. Jurgensen had notified me, said we had a serious emergency over at Miss Conkle's school, who's over there, and water was spewing.
But were they wearing their masks?
Water was spewing all over the place, and that becomes a safety hazard. So we're thinking about maybe mirroring. Talk to the superintendent about this in cabinet. We have one district that I'm aware of that, I hate to do this, but they started closing down some of their restrooms to sort of like centralize them or something like that. I don't know if that would work, but we've got to get a handle on the destruction of this property, and it's really getting out of control.
Yeah, I saw that Monday when I was at Lakeview. When I was at Lakeview, I walked into a bathroom, followed some kids in there, because, 5 boys running into a bathroom, something's happening.
Mhm.
Walked in there, just as they're racing out, soap dispensers all over the floor.
Wow.
They were part of that, so it's real for sure.
And the last update that I have, or informational, is coming from the tech ed department or area. Thank Mr. Bertelson so much for his hard work. We had those 500 AT&T Wi-Fi hotspots donated to the district through a grant that is being distributed to the school sites. And the district continues to support the existing T-Mobile hotspots that are checked out to students. If a hotspot is needed, please advise us or advise your school principal. We have them available for students who have limited internet access. And then also, we've had implementing the Carbon Black Endpoint Security application. That's been pushed out to all district-maintained devices. The Tech Ed staff continues to monitor and adjust the platform to support the end-user security. So that's because of our ransomware. We want to shore up our security piece. And then the last thing is Mr. Bertelson is planning for the 22-23 E-rate projects. And some of our potential projects will be network infrastructure upgrades, district network cabling, testing upgrades, and so forth. So those are the updates from business services, and I want everybody to just have a good evening and keep pushing forward.
Okay. Education.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for being here this evening. I just wanted to begin my comments really recognizing Hispanic Heritage Month, which began yesterday, and it will go through October 15th. We celebrate Hispanic Heritage Month to recognize the achievements and contributions of our Hispanic American champions who have inspired others to achieve success. And I think it's just personal to me sometimes when we really look at some of the people that come to this wonderful country to really just, get, to just be able to have the opportunity to have a better life. So I wanted to thank all of our Hispanic Americans for the contributions that they have made. And I hope that we not only celebrate each other, and this is with regards to also Black History Month and Asian Pacific Islanders Month, but really celebrating each other all year long. We can't, just wait for 1 month to celebrate. I just think we're a melting pot. Diversity is beautiful, and we're all here because we want that beautiful life. So just considering, in your lessons and in your classrooms and so forth, let's just celebrate each other all year and not just that month. Secondly, I would like to kind of start sharing a little bit about some of the professional development and training that we've had in the last few weeks. We've got some work with Great Teaching by Design with Barbara Lane that comes to us from San Bernardino County Superintendent of Schools, and that has just been going really well. We look forward to working with her all year long, and our teachers as well. Lesson studies are kind of on its way as well too. I heard, since I wasn't here before, that we've had some schools such as Silverado and Adelanta that did some lesson studies and really worked with cross-content areas. So we are looking forward to working with our Sims teachers this year, looking at their 10th and their 7th grade teachers to really do that lesson study with English and history. Read 180 training's coming up as well too, so that's going to be great. And then also Dr. Carol Cronk, just wanted to also celebrate her and her work in the Mentor Seminar, which is a collaboration with California State University, San Bernardino, and really looking at kind of almost building our own community here. And when we get to kind of work with them and we get to kind of assign them a mentor, and we have a few teachers actually that was here earlier, I think, that are part of that, then we get to kind of cherry pick and they become kind of the teachers, hopefully, that's going to be teaching for us in our district, because these are student teachers. So I'm also happy to announce that some of our departments are actually offering office hours. If you remember in college, you would have office hours where you can go and connect with your professors and ask questions and solicit support. We are offering virtual office hours. So Dave Bertelson and his team, kudos to you guys. They have a tech ed office hours now. We also have a student services with Mr. Williford office hours. And then, of course, our content coordinators in English and math and history and science also have their office hours as well, too. So again, just an opportunity for them to log in, ask questions. We're going to be there to support them. And then, again, going back to expressing my condolences to our student that passed and also our teacher at Lakeview. Very, very sad. But just wanted to also thank our counselors and our school psychologists for being there to really support them. And then, Valerie, welcome. Thank you for being here. I always go back to civic engagement. Thank you for doing your civic duty. So blessed to have you here.
It's my honor. Nice to be here.
And that's my report for this evening. Thank you.
Okay, human resource.
Thank you, Barbara. Start also my condolences for Victor Valley High School for losing a student and for Lakeview. And also just want to thank all of the students and staff leaders that supported each other. It was beautiful to see how we came together as a community. I know VVTA and CSEA stepped up to provide support, and that's what the VVUHSD family is all about. Valerie, welcome. We love to hear student voice. It's great to give you this opportunity and for you to share your ideas and your student perspective, what your concerns are, and be able to report back to your friends and put that out there. Okay, so welcome.
Thank you.
We are eager, more than you know, to settle with CSEA and VVTA, okay? We want to settle more than you know. And I'm proud and happy to announce that we will be bargaining on Monday with CSEA and on Wednesday with VVTA, with the absolute hope that we are able to reach agreement and settle the contract so that we can get caught up and have a current contract for both associations. We have vaccine events, and I just want to encourage you. You know, if you're already vaccinated, great. If not, you know, there's an opportunity for you at one of our school sites, or share with community and anyone you know. We're offering it at our school sites. You're all welcome. You don't need an appointment. We are offering the Pfizer vaccine, so please spread the word. Thank you to Chris for putting it out there on social media, on our webpage, and spreading the word. We are supplemental paid sick leave. Just want to remind the board and the community that it expires September 30th. After September 30th, we will no longer have supplemental paid sick leave. So just an FYI, please be mindful of that, and wanted to make sure we communicated that out.
2 weeks to get it.
All right. We are also, just want to remind employees that we will begin our campaign to collect employee vaccination status. That will be starting up next week. We'll be working with your sites and all of our leaders to initiate and kick off that process. It is coming. Now, if you are vaccinated and you provide the proof, you're done. If you are not, then you will submit to weekly testing. And if you say, well, that's none of your business, no problem. But we will treat you as unvaccinated and you will be subject to weekly testing. Just want to make sure the community knows. Safety is a top priority. We are required to mask. We're not going to beat that drum anymore, Mr. Garcia.
Thank
But
you,
it is
Lord.
required, so please wear it. And if you do need a mask, we have plenty of supply. We're happy to provide that for you.
And we'll get the shields with drapes.
They will be delivered tomorrow morning.
Thank you.
We are working very hard, and I congratulate both our certificate and classified personnel to fill vacancies. We do have challenging situations where people do leave to other districts, even though they're under contract, which puts us at a very tough position because we went through the recruitment process, we processed you, the board approves you, and then you decide to leave. And it's very challenging to find teachers right now. Same thing on the classified side. We're having some struggles, but some of the things that we have done is we increased the number of roving subs at our comprehensive high schools to help with absenteeism. We are going to assess if whether Hook and Sims and UP and Lakeview need another rover as well, because we have very high absenteeism rates. We are exploring strategies on the classified side, possibly creating a pool of campus security as an example, or other positions. Because of our high absenteeism rate, we want to make sure we have coverage. So we are doing things to try to address those concerns. It is Hispanic Heritage Month. I'm super proud to be Hispanic myself, and I believe the Latino Hispanic community has contributed greatly to this wonderful country. So I applaud all of the contributions and every aspect, whether it's food, music, the arts, professionally. Hispanic Heritage Month is a wonderful thing to celebrate. So congratulations. That is my report this evening.
Okay. Personnel Commission?
Speak up.
Yeah, I can't hear you with that mask on.
I can't take it off, unfortunately.
You better get one that drapes
Better
over.
keep it
I
on.
don't
Take it off. We
I don't
got-
even know what that is, but anyways, just that I'll work with the superintendent's office to make sure the notification goes out for the position to be flowing. I think I said enough earlier. Thank you, guys.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you. That was short and good. Legislation?
Okay, the board has copies of legislation, and for this evening, I'll just let it stand on, you already have copies here for you.
Okay. All righty. You know, September 10th was the day that the Assembly and the Senate stopped their stuff. Okay, board members. Now, Valerie, tell us a little bit about yourself. You're a 12th grader or senior?
12th grader, proud Silverado Hawk.
And it's going to be 25 years.
Yes, our
Yeah.
whole homecoming is dedicated to the 25th anniversary.
Yeah, I saw that.
I'm
That's
the-
really cool.
I'm also the executive board president at Silverado.
Wow.
Thank you.
Very good. Excellent.
And I hold so much honor with everything that Silverado, all the doors that they have opened for me, and I'm so
great.
grateful to be
Great.
able to speak here on behalf of the students and listen from the adult perspective of everything.
Mm-hmm.
I'm super excited to hopefully come out to another meeting, and I can't wait to go back and communicate this with my school
Oh,
and get
that's
everyone's
great.
opinions, And I love our district. I feel like you guys are honestly doing the best that you can with this COVID thing.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Definitely.
I definitely have noticed that compared to other districts. I feel like you guys are
Yeah.
100% trying your hardest, and that's
Well,
what matters.
And we do get compliments on our district
Yeah.
quite often. In fact, a lot of people actually follow our district for what we do with
Mhm.
COVID.
Yeah.
And that's been happening since last March, so. And then, where do you plan on going, you think?
Well, I don't know. I'm a little bit everywhere. Half of me set on UCI, and then the other half of me is set on Oregon State.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, Oregon.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. OSU is much nicer.
Oregon
Trust me.
State, huh?
Yeah. But I'm grateful. I've always been the person that I'm grateful for any door that gets open
opens
to
up.
me.
Oh,
So
yeah.
wherever accepts me, I'm very grateful for.
Yeah.
I've been in ASB for, if you count elementary, middle school, I've been in it for 8 years now.
Uh-huh.
And I absolutely love it. I've always been the person to stand up for the students, speak on behalf of the students.
Very
And
good.
being
Excellent.
here makes me happy. It makes me know that I'm
You're
doing
not a
something for the
cheerleader,
students.
are you?
No, I'm not. But I am.
She is for our district.
But I am a varsity girls soccer player.
Nice.
Oh.
4 years.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, so thank you so
Cool.
much for this opportunity. It was amazing hearing
Oh,
everyone's
we love
voices.
having you here. I
Thank
love
you.
having you here.
You guys have such a great night. Thank you.
Yeah, great.
Valerie, could I ask you a question?
Yes, of course.
If you could have only one thing from the board, what would you ask for?
Whew, that's a good question.
Look at Miss Conco, she's got her list.
Okay, I got you. One thing from the board, like honestly, I feel like I feel like this past year, 2 years, people's cultures have been coming out a lot. You know, a lot of people have been speaking on behalf of the Hispanics, Asian, Black Lives Matter, Muslim
Right.
lives. You know, and I feel like we need to bring culture back into our schools. And
Oh,
when I
yeah.
ran for executive board president, I ran for that purpose of making sure that those students don't feel little and don't feel like the world is smaller just because of the color on their skin.
Nice.
Yeah.
And I believe that, like, just because you're from here or from here doesn't mean you're any less than anybody else.
Exactly.
At the end of the day, we all bleed the same blood. We all breathe the same air. Why are you better than somebody else just because of the color of your skin?
Exactly.
So I believe that our thank you. So that's one thing that I would want
Well,
from the board, to bring
you're-
culture back into our schools.
Your generation will change a lot of the mindset of many people
I hope so.
who have this so-called privileged attitude
Yes.
toward people. I was at a meeting yesterday at the college, and it was on kids that are different type of kids,
Mhm.
you know, and how they feel and what things happen to them during school time.
Yep.
And many of them get discouraged, so it was very interesting in listening to all the different type of kids that were there.
Yeah,
So-
and I feel like, and not only me as a student, but like our staff too, you know, I feel like
Right.
so many
Our
of
s-
us are misjudged or mistreated, so I would want our school
Oh,
board
yeah.
to bring back the culture into our schools and show that you're capable of so much more than you think, and the world
Right.
is literally in your hands.
And actually, they shouldn't even worry about whether
Mhm.
their culture is
Yeah.
there. What they should be worrying about is how healthy we are and how
Mhm.
safe we are, you know?
I 100%
Because that's
agree
very
with you.
important right now, you know? Well, thank you for being here.
Of course, I loved being
it.
here.
I love it. I
Thank you
love
so
to
much
be
for
with all
having me
kids.
here. It's an honor.
This is great. So you're gonna come one more time, though?
Yes.
Right.
And I'm very excited for that next time.
You can come anytime, whether you're sitting
One
here
more
or
time.
there. You can come anytime.
I probably
All right.
will, honestly.
All right, Mr. Burrios.
And we're not done yet, Valerie, so be patient. all right?
Okay.
No,
I'm hanging in
I
here.
wanted-
We
I wanted
have
to
a
welcome
few
you too, 'cause,
more,
you know,
and
I
then you
love-
can
I
go
love having
home.
the students here.
It's not midnight yet. It's not midnight yet.
And hopefully he won't talk a long time.
That's
just
wait,
You guys
just
are
wait.
going for
I do
first.
not talk the longest. Okay?
It's okay. Let me get comfortable real quick.
Okay, anyway. Now, I don't know if you've seen this picture, the Silverado before and after. See, in those days, it was great at Silverado because cutting class was an adventure because there were snakes. Okay, and I know where they all used to hide because the teacher showed me, and one of my friends almost got bit by a snake out there. But anyway, it's glad to have you here,
Well, they
and
had
I'm
them
glad
at
to hear you
Atlantic,
say,
too.
you know, all the people, and it's an old cliche, but if just everybody got along, you know, and they didn't worry about,
got
you
a
know,
weird world now.
race, this, that,
Very
all
weird.
the other stuff. If they just get along, when you guys are left alone, you're great.
Yeah.
It's usually when some outsiders jump in and stir stuff up that everybody starts saying, oh, you're this, you're this, you're this. You're all students, okay? Heck, just have fun. Have fun being a teenager because it doesn't last very long. And, okay, next thing, I kind of repeat what some other people said. The student at Victor Valley High School, I don't know if I even heard about that. I may have, but I don't think I did. And Kathy Lento, Ms. Lento, a lot of you guys didn't know her, you know, especially you younger folks. She wasn't my PE teacher and she wasn't my counselor. If she was, she would have been much, much older than she is, okay? And she was really nice. I knew her when she was principal down at, you know, Victor Junior and that. She was a really neat lady. All right, and the last one was Jackie Quintero from Lakeview. That was really sad, really tragic, because she was a friend of mine, and it was really hard to, hear about that. And it was really nice to see, some of the district staff and that came over to Lakeview to kind of help out. Dr. Rubalcava, he went and he was going through classrooms and helping out with that sort of stuff. And, they just had me walking around campus, kind of help supervise to see if anybody was having any issues. That's when I discovered the students that vandalized the bathroom. Oh, well. But it was really nice to see everybody kind of step up and support each other, because I know I've been through enough passings in my career, students and teachers, that it's not fun to do. All right. I agree with, well, she left. But we should have some kind of a option for independent study for special education. We used to, and it was very successful because it was a special ed teacher. She was very sensitive to their needs and things like that. She was able to get the curriculum modified if necessary to service the students. So we do need that, all right? And we had it at Victor, but at that time, Victor was the only school. But they should have something like that at every site that has a special ed program, because we do have students that they're gonna be an independent study, and it's really difficult to assimilate into the regular independent study program. Okay. And Dr. Rubalcava, I know you wanna settle, okay, ball's in your guys' court, okay? Let's do it, get it over with. I know classified would like to have spare time, not to have to negotiate. Teachers would like to have that spare time, so let's see what you guys can get done.
Yeah.
And the last one, well, second to last. I heard somebody mention security. Has Sims got a second campus security?
We have 3.
You have 3 now?
So do they need one?
We really, we have one that's out long-term, one that.
Oh, no, that's the question. Do you have 3 that are there? I know you have Jester, but, there was a female that's out, and the third one, I don't know if that's a male or female, but.
A lot of attendance issues.
Okay, yeah, because not having a security of each gender at a site, that's asking for trouble. Something's gonna happen and only a female could handle it, and somebody's gonna have a lawsuit on their hands. But I just wanna make sure, because I was called about that. And that's it, folks, so have a good weekend, and we'll see you next meeting.
Castaneda?
I'll try to take up as little time as possible. First, welcome Valerie. Glad to have you. I love having the students here. I think it changes things.
Oh, that's cool.
Yes.
It makes it just different but better. So welcome, and we'll look forward to seeing you on your next visit.
I'm very excited. I'm ready for it already.
There you go. Have your list next time.
You'll see my whole list. I'm like, wow.
My condolences to the families of our student, and of course to our teacher and the Quintero family. I just want to repeat the request for a vaccination mandate employee survey to go out, so we can see what our staff really thinks. And then the last thing is the traffic at Sims really good?
Oh, it's scary after school.
I've been hearing things. So my idea is, why don't we just go ahead and just build that road out to Palmdale? It seems like that would solve a lot of
Sounds
problems.
easy, doesn't it?
Well, when I went to Sims and I covered for a day. So I was at the morning traffic and the afternoon traffic, and one of the changes that Dr. McNally and Ms. Cuevas made was they moved the entrance gate to the furthest part of the campus. So that helped so that the traffic moved up and didn't back up as much. When I was there, maybe it was just a fluke, but it ran pretty smooth.
But it seems like they have to leave, you have to go through a residential area. That just seems like a really bad setup, and it's not safe. So why not go to the city? I understand, we don't own that property probably. But go to the city and just say, hey, can you help us out here? It's not that big of a section of road, but it would create an access point where people wouldn't have to drive along that residential area.
So Trustee
I think Brett can
Castaneda,
shine some light. Brett's
Yeah.
got his hand up.
he had a meeting with the city.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, so I went out there with the city manager and the city engineer, and I asked that same question. The problem is we don't own that property, and the city doesn't own that property either. So there's no right of way to go through there to.
Yeah, but there's this thing called eminent domain.
So what the city basically said is, typically, when a road like that's built, it's built with when they build the housing in there, and the contractor that builds the housing is responsible for building the road through there. So that was the answer. And I've seen the same thing. I went out there after we made some changes. We relined the road in the front to change it was 2 lanes coming in and 1 lane going out. We flip-flopped that. I think that has helped some with the traffic.
Yeah. On top of that,
Then you can't get by the parents. I was stuck in traffic for 20 minutes trying to get back yesterday because the road was changed, and you can't move unless you go over a double yellow line, which I wasn't prepared to do. That
So-
made it worse on doing that.
the problem is you have traffic trying to go in one direction and then someone trying to make a left against that same traffic. So it's a traffic flow issue. I spoke with Scott Jester, and he said that usually they do have someone encouraging everyone to turn in the right direction. But it wasn't as severe. You're right, as far as staff trying to get in, that is the problem. Staff trying to get in on the far side is nearly impossible unless you go on the wrong side of the road, which we do not want anyone to do.
So, Board, if I can give you some additional light, there was a meeting that I had with the city manager recently, me and the superintendent, and we're going to be exploring possibly having a traffic pattern into the school. I brought up in the meeting that there was a safety issue with that, but that is one of the options that may be looked at in order to mitigate the congestion in the area. They did immediately, to Mr. Jurgensen's point, come out, and Brett had that meeting with them. They also did restriping, correct, out in the city, so they are aware and they're working with us in a measurable way to change it. But one of the suggestions that they gave, we kind of think that we really need to do an analysis on that, because we definitely don't want traffic coming on the campus and a student get hit, but that's another context and perspective.
Okay, well, I just thought I'd mention it because it seems to me it'd be a lot safer if there
Yeah.
was an access point where you weren't going through
To
the
go out to
residential
the
area.
city, yeah. I mean, to Palmdale Road.
Yeah, right out to Palmdale Road. Okay,
Yeah.
I'm done.
Okay, all right. Private property there. Edmiston?
I would also like to extend condolences to the families of the people we've lost, our students, our staff. Heather Conkle, congratulations on your silver anniversary at Silverado. I live in your neighborhood, and I almost daily drive by your school, and I remember it 25 years ago. And although Silverado has a good school, it's great, and it's because of you and your staff and your hard work. And I want to commend you publicly for all that you've done for our district, but especially the students at Silverado. They benefit very much from your leadership. Barbara, I would like to give special kudos to you for all your work you did for the detention center not coming into the old Contel building or
Yes.
Verizon building. So thank you very much. I know
Yes.
that that was something that you advocated very strongly for.
Oh, yeah.
So
Okay.
you helped our community greatly.
Yeah, I actually talked to every one of those supervisors.
I would like to get a follow-up, please, on our SEL counselors. I'd like to know specifically what the next steps are, I know they haven't been hired, I know they're not out there, so I need to know what are we going to do to either lower the criteria and accept interns, or whatever is the possibility, but I'd like a specific timeline set up, if we could please find out about that. And Anita or someone, can you tell me if the students at Sims, our previous student board member, reported that they weren't able to have lunch in the NPR room? Do you know? They're still not? So I would ask that we know why that NPR room is not being utilized for that. I'd also like a follow-up specifically for UP, that I'd like to know why the uniforms are not gender neutral.
Oh, well, in regards to that, I did contact Valerie Hatcher, and she is working at trying to make those uniforms.
Okay, so specifically that would mean that girls can wear shorts?
Yes.
And not just the shorts, because
Yes.
girls end up wearing shorts under their skirts, and that's hot in this weather. But if a boy can wear short, so should the girl, and vice versa. Either of the uniforms should be able to be worn by any student. I'd like to share that if you have a teacher or staff member who is sponsoring a GSA, Dr. Ramoni, thank you very much for sharing the information about the LGBTQ conference that the county is holding. So thank you for sharing that out. And I would like to give a special salute to our neighbors and our families and friends that have Mexican heritage, because today is the Day of Independence, El Grito. So in addition to Hispanic Heritage Month, today is the day. This is their Independence Day. So Viva Mexico. That's all I have.
Yeah, it was yesterday.
Okay. Garcia?
That's me, yay. Yeah, just condolences to Kathy Linta. She actually was my junior high principal, believe it or not. I had a lot of great conversations with her, actually. Good ones. I was not in trouble.
You're in trouble.
I was not in trouble.
Yeah.
But God bless her and her family at this time. Student at VVHS, that's just my condolences, and also to the families of Jackie Quintero. A couple things that I heard come up a couple times today. One was retaliation, is what I heard. And I just want to make sure, if that's the case, we need to make sure we're investigating all retaliation, because that cannot be, that just can't happen. And just, we got to take that very, very seriously. Because employees should have the right to, to go through the right process and feel comfortable with that process, but also feel comfortable with their job as well. The other one thing, I know I've heard it come up a couple times, just want to see where we're at. Maybe Deshaun, you might be able to, we're looking at rovers for classified. Is that something we're actually looking into, or is it just something we're just throwing out and hope it sticks to the wall? Just curious. Oh, we got $50 million. We got you, man.
Whoa. Hey, that was easy.
There you go. Well, just because, I mean, even for substitute teachers, it's the same concept, right? It hinders your whole day when you have to, cover period sub or those kind of things, or even if somebody's out, if it's a custodian, trash doesn't get picked up or those kind of, because somebody's not there, or a front office lady. And then now you got people from admin that's got to go cover the front. I mean, it just is a constant battle. But I think if we can have some rovers, I think that would be, those are probably future employees too, full-time employees. So I think we can look at it as more of a positive thing, and go from there. Tomorrow, Deshaun is going to take me around to a couple places tomorrow, which is going to be great. I think we're going to hit Sims. I want to see a couple things for you guys over there, like the traffic, and then also the NPR and those kind of things. And also Victor High. I'd like to see some of the old school at Victor High while they're still there. Yes, the old alma mater. It's near and dear to my heart. So
Mine too.
a few things I like to check out there as well.
Definitely mine.
But anyhow, looking forward to that tomorrow, getting out there and seeing you guys and having some great conversations as well. So we'll stop by and say hi for a little bit. I didn't get to see you yesterday, so I'll repay you the favor tomorrow. That's all I have. Hopefully everybody stays sane and safe, and we'll keep cruising.
Well, I got a picture here of my son's llamas that's in Ecuador. He bought these Ecuador llamas, and so him and a guy has llamas, and there's a little fat one there, and that's the one that's pregnant. I was like, wow, what's he doing down in Ecuador? But he has a lot of friends all over. First of all, I want to say that welcome to our board, and we're happy to have you here. I always like to see students, because then we get a feel for what's really happening out there besides TikTok.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my God. TikTok is really huge. But welcome in being here today, especially from Silverado. And I didn't know you were here, Heather, but I love you, because I hear so many compliments about that school.
Oh yeah.
Constantly.
Great school.
I mean, it's like everybody graduates. I mean, it's like you have 97% of those kids graduating. And I think you just kind of take them by the little hand and make sure that they're all graduating. And it's very positive. Yesterday, I was at a meeting with Victor Valley College and talking about our students that come to that school. Believe it or not, we have almost 61% Hispanic that go there. We have 8% Afro-American, but they would like to increase that so that they can see more of the Afro-Americans going to Victor Valley College. And they want to do everything they can to make it easy for them so that they can at least get to go to that college. So that's something that we would probably work on in making sure and ensuring that our kids, if they don't want to go to a UC or any other universities, they can go through there and it's a little bit easier. They don't have to pay all that money and like they would in all the other schools. I also was at Kemper Camel Ranch. I don't know if any of you know what that is.
Yes.
It's a ranch that's over the hill.
Oh, that's Spring Valley Lake, yeah.
It used to be 5,000 acres, guys. When I first came here, 1962, it was 5,000 acres. They had water running through the river, by the way. They had water running through the tree. Yeah, I went to Hook. Anyway, water running through the river, but they owned all the land that you see everything on right now, which is the college, Spring Valley Lake, and where the Mojave Narrows is. That used to be their land. It also went to Apple Valley Road, and it went across 100 feet of Bear Valley Road. So it was 5,000 acres that used to be, but it's now down to 100 and some acres, and they have a few cows on it. But that was the ranch, one of the ranches up here, along with the yucca and the sage and all the others. But the Native Americans used to live right there by the river. They were the Van Yumis. The same thing, they used to live where the college is, where Victor Valley College is. And so this was part of our little area. It's like the Wild West here at one point. So it was good to be there. It used to be called the Verde Ranch, but they changed it to Kemper Camel because Kemper got killed in World War II. So that's why that was a change there. We also had a boardsmanship thing on the Brown Act on Monday, and I think you went, right? And did you go too? Oh, good. But it gave a picture of actually an attorney. Two attorneys in one of the law firms did the whole thing on the Brown Act of what you can do and what you can't do. And then I want to make sure that Josh and Caleb gets a whole pictures. Did you guys get copies of it?
Oh, yeah, I've been.
You did?
probably
And
about
how
20
about
times.
you?
They
You
sent
got a
a
copy?
they sent a link if you want to watch it.
Yeah, there's a link on there, and you can go on. For all the things that have changed, we've got things that have
Yeah,
changed.
I get
So
that.
you gotta be up to date on what is going on. After September 30th, everything is supposed to go back to the way it was, but I don't know if it's gonna go totally back to the way it was before COVID, because they did a lot of relaxation by doing waivers for many things from last year all the way to this year. So some things will be changed and some won't. But, and we have been working on getting mandated for the whole entire state for education to try to get everybody mandated with that, with taking shots. So LA stepped out so that they can push everybody else, kind of. Hopefully that will happen. LA is being sued, of course, by everybody in the sun who don't want to wear a mask, but, what can we say? Hopefully that will change as well. I just want to say, it's always sad to have anyone die, particularly a student. And when I heard the student died, I was like, what do you mean the student died, you know? And I thought it was COVID, and I thought it was everything else, and I was very sad about that. And I'm definitely sad about Kathy Lento. I've known her for a long, long time, very long time. Through everything that she did, even flying down to see her daughter in down below. And it makes me sad to hear that she is gone. And then Jackie, it's really sad. When I heard that she passed away as well, and anybody else that is sick, your mom, your father, you know, I think that's, you know, anytime I hear that anyone is having a problem, it's always sad for us to even think about those things. And we've got to be one here. We cannot be separated with ideas and feelings. We already have enough problems with the COVID situation that we have, and dealing with that and trying to maintain, and all of these people, everybody working so hard to try to maintain and make it safe for all of us and healthy. So please try to be as congenial as you possibly can, because it's only one world. I mean, we could step out and be gone the next day. We've got 3 people that are gone. So please do not be thinking about things that are contagious, or I call it contagious, but it's being not friend with the other person, because we're all in one. We're one human being, so, and we're all here together. So please try to do that. Try to be on your best honor. I think I want to take, Superintendent, but right after you, I think we should take about just a minute for silence for the people that have passed away.
Okay, I'll just start off with saying, you know, with the vaccine and vaccinations that we have at our sites, Dr. Rubicaba did an excellent job of that. I want to thank Anita as well as Tanya. You know, it's nothing like talking to both of them. And then we held our SANDABS meeting was held on September the 7th. We had our town hall meeting on September the 8th. We did an excellent district staff luncheon on September the 10th. Obviously, the Kemper Campbell Ranch was an excellent event yesterday. And with our enrollment, I was just looking today, and we were at 11,146 students in the district. We did our Rotary presentation yesterday, Dr. Rupakaba, Dr. Yee, and Dr. Hawkins. And I just want to send out our condolences to our staff at Victor Valley High School as well as Lakeview. That's all.
Well, they did an excellent job, and Dr. Williams at the Rotary presenting Victor Valley High School. I was there, and they did a great job, absolutely, presenting our place. I just want to have a moment of silence for all of our people that are no longer with us. Okay, thank you. Move to adjourn.
Closed session.
Move to closed session.
Closed session, I forgot.
So moved.
Second.
Burrows,
Aye.
Castaneda,
Aye.
Aye.
aye,
Yes.
and Garcia. This one is the end, so you don't have to vote for that. Now you can go home. Sorry, Dave.
Don't be sad, Valerie.
What do you mean,
Did you say?
donuts?
There's gonna be what, light?
Okay,
We're gonna be live.
Oh,
Oh, that's right, huh?
motion.
excuse
to
me,
go into
sit
the-
down. Live,
You gotta go in and
come
adjourn.
on,
Oh, I'm ready.
sit down.
Take a seat.
Okay,
Okay.
all right,
There's only 3 people watching anyway.
okay. Oh, did we
Yeah,
we get out
stand
of
right
that
there, they
other
wanna see your
meeting?
navel on camera.
You know what we need to do?
What do we need to do?
Shouldn't we have done? closed
Motion to adjourn.
off the other
We didn't do that.
Yes, all
Motion to adjourn closed session.
Can we?
right,
We could do it out here.
second,
Second.
We're not
All right.
discussing it.
and then, Burrows,
Aye.
you,
Aye.
Aye.
Yes.
aye, okay. All right, and, we have nothing to report coming out of, closed session.
Except for the
And-
20% for the teachers.
And then, a motion to, can I get a motion?
So moved.
Second.
To adjourn, yes.
Adjourn?
Everybody just
Aye.
Burrows?
Aye.
Aye?
Aye.
Aye,
Aye.
and
Yes.
Tenny?
All right, God bless you all.
Yeah, sorry about that.